Valley Open 2024 here in Redwood City, California. My name is Nicole Bunyan, and joining me for this first match is Aisling Blake, right at home.
Yeah, good afternoon, Nicole.
Good matchup, strong matchup to start us off here.
Yeah, you just mentioned pre-comms that Alicia Mead was playing. You commentated in the tournament in the Open Squash tournament last week in New York.
Yeah, so she's up against Nour Aboulmakarim, just 3 places off her highest world ranking of 37. Quite young, joins a number of the young Egyptians. There's just an endless crop of them, it seems. 21 years old. Very dynamic mover. And she's up against Alicia Mead in the white. Lovely brand new dress that she's just bought from Lululemon, actually. Sorry, putting that on in the change room.
I applauded her as she walked by.
I mean, it's lovely. She's
fantastic.
currently at her highest world ranking of 44. In terrific form. Got a game off of Nada Abbas last week at the Open Squash Classic in New York. Terrific performance from her, and I think she's well up for this one, Aisling.
Yeah, diminutive in stature. I guess 5'5", an inch shorter than me. You're way taller than that, aren't you? But yeah, packs a punch for sure, and obviously the lefty. Always slightly different when you play a left-handed player as a right-handed player. You have to think differently and, well, differently strategically on the court, of course.
Yeah, she's added a lot to her game recently, Alicia Mead. Made a few technical changes. Does a lot of work with Miles Jenkins down at St. George's. And yeah, she's improved her game loads, and that's why she's at 44 in the world now.
Yeah,
seen a pretty steady climb from her.
It's good. 4 spots between these two in the ranking places is always a good one. Like, it's kicking off an 8-match day here on the glass court, and of course 8 matches too on court 5, which you can kind of just see in your picture there off to the left of the stands. So players are playing on court 5 too, and that's live streamed. There's no commentary on that, but it is live streamed. So 16 high quality squash matches on offer today across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite the treat for all the juniors that are going to be here this week as well with the JCT tournament that's going on. Hopefully they can come and watch a little bit of the pro squash. I would have loved that opportunity growing up. I never had any sort of that access to pro squash. Yeah,
the visibility of squash players when you're that age. There's the top 32 in the country in every age group, from under 11s to under 19s, are playing an event around the Bay Area, and the under 19s are being held here at Squash Zone. So I mean, you're a 16, 17-year-old girl or boy in the United States, and you get the opportunity to, you know, stroll 2 courts over and watch the pros. I really I think it's a real treat for them.
Play will start in 30 seconds. Play will start in 15 seconds. Silicon Valley Open 2024, presented by Oracle NetSuite. Women's round first match. Nour Aboulmakarim of Egypt to serve. Alicia Mead of England to receive. Best of 5 games. Lobo.
And we're off. Aboulmakarim kicks us off in the first match of the Silicon Valley Open. Already you can see both players are not shy of giving that ball a fair old whack on the front wall.
1 love.
Aboulmakarim is one of 20 players. That's a 48-player draw. There's 20 Egyptians in this draw. In the men's, slightly more in the men's, but that's quite an amount. Yeah.
Wow.
5 out of the top 8 seeds in the men are Egyptian. Slightly lower in the women's because we've got American interest in that, but yeah, significant. So if one of them doesn't make the final, I mean.
Yeah, the odds are certainly in their favor.
Now, hand out. 1, 2.
Takes a little bit of getting used to this court. Obviously, all glass courts there's slightly something different about them. When players were practicing earlier on, we heard that there was a slight issues with the visibility as a ball pops up for the lob. So it'll be interesting to see if any of the players are going to take advantage of that, you know, lifting the ball just as they get used to it over, you know, the next couple of days.
Yeah, the lob is always so effective on a glass court because of the lights, but here as well, it's a white ceiling, isn't it? Right?
Yeah.
So even less contrast with the white ball.
We've had members ask, could we paint the ceiling black? And I said no.
3, 2.
Too much work to have to just
Yeah, I
build an
don't want to get
entire
up there
edition.
and paint the ceiling.
Because you would have to do that.
I might have to do it myself, yeah. So that's it's not in the cards for this season, but you never know. It's obviously the first time ever professional event has been played. Ooh,
Well, it's quite a whack.
Yes. Are you okay? Okay. Stroke to Mead.
Yeah, it has to be.
yeah.
4, 2.
Oof. It's going to leave a little bit of a
Flip the
bruise there.
shoulder.
Yeah, and there's also a bit of natural light as well in this facility because there's skylights in the roof as well. So
Yes, let
the visibility will hopefully improve a little bit as the evening wears on, it gets dark.
player review Aboulmakarim on the yes let decision.
It's just the racket prep here is kind of.
I mean,
it's slightly interesting for me. It doesn't. It winds around the back of Mead.
yeah, it's massively exaggerated from Aboulmakarim.
Aboulmakarim has 1 review remaining. 4, 2. Last box.
Oh, that's adding to a flurry of errors from
Yeah.
Aboulmakarim early on. At least 3 of Mead's points so far have come from the tins of the Egyptian. Yeah, it's an immaculate length
Hand out. 3,
from Aboulmakarim,
5.
just taking a bit of pace off this one, finding the perfect width.
Yeah, and just those 2 previous rallies, I felt she was trying to smack the ball really, really hard. It wasn't actually going to the back. It was Mead who's getting a slightly better length.
4,
But
5.
she's found her way back here, little by little. Just again getting used to the court. But that's, yeah, again, as you said, Nicole,
5,
just taking
4.
a little bit of percentage point of pace off that ball, and then it's going to die.
Absolutely glued to the left side wall. Well, pretty evident tactic, as you'd expect from Aboulmakarim, hammering the
Just
backhand side
smacking
of
it
the
though.
the lefty.
But that's back to what it was, smacking it and then it lands just, you know, 3 feet inside the service box, and it's not as dangerous as it, you know, could be.
Yeah, exactly.
Woohoo! Nice.
6-5.
Oh, wow.
Hand out 6-all.
You can really hear that tin, can't you?
It's adding a lot of insult to injury.
Yeah.
Well, Mead takes a little look back at the ref there. Not entirely happy with the movement from the Egyptian, but it's actually a pretty smart drop shot. Just kept it tight. It came a little bit further back, but glued it to the sidewall. She's just managed to keep her nose in front despite 5 tins in this game. She's got the lead.
Something nice to see Mead taking that. Nice to see Mead taking that volley there.
Hand out.
Yeah, again, just taking some pace off, like you were saying.
Yeah. Watching Mead across the middle, are there volleys there that she's opting to move back? That's again, that's a very obvious volley, but I thought there was 1 or 2 in the previous rally that she opted to kind of fall back instead of getting out to it and taking it high in the air.
Yeah, perhaps just not seeing it quickly enough yet. It's the thing I struggle with the most with the glass core, is just the visibility and taking the ball early on the volley. Highlights all the flaws in your game, to be fair, but I think that's one of the biggest ones. Strong movement.
Oh.
9-7. Hand out. 8-9.
Aboulmakarim absolutely hammering the ball.
10-8. Game.
The thing about glass courts is though, when you do that and it kicks off and it hits a little bit of a sidewall, that contact point, then it kicks out into the middle of the court.
Yeah, just a little bit of accuracy dropping off from the Egyptian. That's given Mead 2 game balls to close out this first game. Not far away there.
And out. 9-10 game ball.
But just a little bit of a window for the Egyptian. Size, a breath of relief.
Yeah, that was attacking.
10-0.
Right time too.
By 2 points.
Yeah, very severe here.
God, she hit that volley very, very low. See that? If that's a volley, is that volleyable?
11-10 game ball.
Well, now tables have turned. Aboulmakarim has come back to get herself her own game ball to close out the first game. She's managed to cut out the errors in the last few points.
Yes, that.
Bit more attention to detail on her length, like you said, Aisling, managing to get the ball a little bit deeper, which was necessary. And then when she has been hitting it hard, she's been managing to actually keep the ball lower and shorter rather than popping out into the middle. Just a few signs of nerves, I feel. that. That's not going anywhere, is it? Just that's strong hitting.
My goodness, that's USA Gymnastics
Hand out.
level
11
splits
all.
there.
Oh, I don't want to see this.
Yes. Core service.
Ooh. Can you do the splits?
Nope, not since I was 7.
Well, it beats me. I've never
Can
been
you?
able to do them. No chance. No chance. Yeah, I have a feeling that's not going to be the only time we see that from Nour Aboulmakarim today either. I see that at least twice a match usually. Sometimes multiple times in one rally.
Hand out. 11 all.
Well, the story continues.
So nice strategy, yeah. Just a bit of hold. And that was a very, very good rally, wasn't it, from Mead?
Game ball.
Corner, corner, and then third corner.
Yes, let.
Yeah, Mead is looking to press now, step up on the
So,
volley.
11.
Just as you
Game.
said, that's what she wasn't doing a few rallies ago. Oof.
Hand out. 12 all. Down. 13-12. Game ball.
Yeah, Aboulmakarim needs to clock that. When she gets the length behind Mead at the back right, then she's able to force those opportunities. But there's been far too many cross courts that are just coming right through the middle. She's hitting them too hard and too low. It's just landing in no man's land. That's better. Certainly not afraid to follow through now. Bit wild.
That's it.
Hand out. 13 all. 13 all.
First game of the tournament. First match of the tournament, rather. First game, 13 all. It's not bad to kick us off. Good lift from Mead. It's nice. Ever so slightly anticipating this cross court. Just that slight hesitation did the damage.
Down.
Oh.
Hand out.
Looks up to the
14 all.
Silicon Valley heavens. Shot was on.
Mm.
Yes, left. $14.
First drop we've seen in a while.
Hand out.
Absolutely ferocious.
14. Game ball.
Yet another game ball for Mead. Can she close it out this time?
And opportunity here.
Yeah, Mead's the one hitting the better lines right now.
Yeah, that's another one.
Biding her time
Oh!
nicely. Just let her off the hook there, Aisling.
She did,
And out.
she did.
15 all.
Where was that? Where should that have gone, Nicole?
Not down the middle.
Not, not down the middle. But even if it was a drop, it would have pushed her up. You know, I mean, Aboulmakarim was up there anyway, but still.
Yeah, I just get the sense that any sniff of anything loose, Aboulmakarim is going to take it in. And she's going to counter.
Down.
Oh
But-
dear.
16-15 game ball.
Mead's just trying to be a little too correct almost. Do you know what I mean?
Tension. I know. I
She's
think
trying to get in front, press, and then maybe sometimes letting her opponent off the hook. Whereas Aboulmakarim, she sees that first opportunity, she just goes for it. Sometimes it's not been working out in her favor, but it's done enough to get her get her in front.
And she's erased the tin-tastic that she's started off the game with.
Yes, let.
Oh, just a let.
Player review Aboulmakarim
It's just a
on the
let, that
yes
one.
let decision.
Another look at this one.
I think there's a lot of front wall. She hopped out of there.
Yeah, great. Quick review from the video
Yes,
ref.
left. Decision upheld. Aboulmakarim has no reviews remaining.
Just a little bit of wishful
16-15,
thinking from the
game
Egyptian.
ball, right box.
Well, and with that, Aboulmakarim loses her second and final review, unless we go to a fifth game. But there's still a lot of squash to play before that point, especially if these two continue in this fashion. Urgency from Aboulmakarim really picking up now. That's terrific.
That was pretty
Please
brave.
be careful, Mrs. Aboulmakarim, with your swing.
Also, as Aboulmakarim hit that backhand drive, I just felt she didn't really try and get out of the way, did she? And that certainly impeded her or prevented her from getting that boast from Mead. So really good awareness.
Well back in tee.
Down.
That's it. You said it, Nicole. Look at her tee position.
17-16.
She's way back.
Yeah, you can see the shoulders starting to drop now. She put a lot of energy to get back into this.
Jeez. Oh, you'd be gutted. 16-15. Did the serve? No, it didn't go on the sidewall.
Oh, but that's twice now, Aisling.
Yeah. I think she needs to play that one.
Yeah. 17-all.
Playing with fire a little bit. Close to a no-let, almost, I think.
Hand out. 18-17, game ball.
Well, Aisling, I've completely lost count of the number of game balls, but there it is.
What? To end like that.
It's 1 game too long.
Finally, after nearly 2 games worth of points, it is Alicia Mead that comes through, takes the first game by a score of 19-17, 19 minutes in duration, and she leads the Egyptian by 1 game to love.
Yeah, what a game to kick things off in the first round in the Silicon Valley Open. Aboulmakarim getting things off to rather a tin-tastic start, but she cleaned up her act towards the latter part of the game. And then Mead again somewhat stepping off the gas in terms of the attacking. I think the boasts are a good call for her because of Makarim's, oh my gosh, I have to watch that again, tee position. But 2 fortunate shots there to take that game for Mead. I have a feeling this game is pivotal.
Squash is a great sport that everyone should have the opportunity to play. So for a price of a pack of balls, members not only support a great cause, but also get a number of amazing benefits such as
early ticket access to some of the most prestigious events on the PSA World Tour,
discounted Squash Girls membership,
and exclusive access to members' events with players and legends.
Sign up now at psafoundation.com/membership.
Or is it more on the mental side?
15 seconds.
More so the strategy, I'd say, in my experience. Obviously a bit of mental stuff in terms of, keep positive, like don't worry if you hit the tin. I mean, that sounds really simple, but sometimes it's actually what you need to hear.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that sort of presence will be good for serve Mead well here, because it is quite a tense, edgy affair, isn't it? But
It's 1 game to love.
hopefully securing that first game will help Mead relax just a tad. Hopefully cut out some of those errors that she had.
Yeah, what if anything will change from Makrim's game? Aboulmakrim's game, sorry.
That's a lovely touch.
1 love.
Well, I do feel that she needs to do exactly what you were saying in the first game, Aisling, and take some pace off the ball.
Oh gosh.
Oh dear. Just completely overcooking it, losing her marks.
And it really is now the perfect start for Mead, because a game like 19-15 in the first game is oh my god, we got away with that. But it's very, it's very, very telling as to how you start the first half of the second game, because it could be a 19-15 and then it could be 11-4, 11-5, depending on how Aboulmakrim, like,
how she
refocuses and how the, how deep she can dig, rather.
Yeah, and especially physically as well. We saw her tee position start to linger towards the end of that first game. It looks really dead on here, doesn't it, Aisling?
Yep. It's quite cool in the arena.
It is. We seem to have the AC vent right over us.
It's on.
Out. 3, 2.
Yeah, didn't have many lengthy rallies in the first, although it did go for 19 minutes. But keep in mind, we did play, or they did play, not us. They did play pretty much 2 games worth of points.
Oh,
dear.
that 10.
4, 2.
It's our enemy today.
Seems offensively loud for what she's just hit.
Not up. 5, 2.
Well, again, she was in this position in the first game, exactly this scoreline, 5-2 up. I feel like some of the heat has come off the... Yeah, hits the cross court, knows straight away it's the wrong shot, but doesn't fight for it. The shoulders go down immediately. Very good news for Mead.
7, 2. And out. 3, 7.
I feel that the battle right now is very internal with Aboulmakarim. She's trying to inject some energy into this, but then she's losing her accuracy and she's just hitting the ball hard in mid-court, right? And then we're seeing her smoke it into the tin as well. So it's for her, I guess, finding that balance right now of trying to inject some energy and some life into it, but not just hit it hard and mindlessly, which is a difficult thing to do when you feel completely out to sea on the court.
Good length, yeah, scraping the floor.
Out. 8, 4.
All out of sorts here.
That's lovely.
Could see
9,
it
4.
after she hit the, look at the body language after she hit the cross court. Just giving up.
Yeah, it's just completely running away here from the Egyptian. 6 game balls now for Mead, which seems like this game has lasted just 2 seconds compared to the first.
Game ball.
1 saved for Aboulmakarim, but I don't think that sort of tactic is going to be a winning strategy for her.
6-10 game ball.
Pretty stylish backhand cross court drop there.
Oh, and again, lovely.
7-10 game ball.
Just relaxing a little bit now, going for broke. Straight option was the right one.
No let. She doesn't have a review either.
11-7, game to Mead. Mead leads 2 games to love.
Well, late fight back from Aboulmakarim. But it is in fact Alicia Mead, the slightly lower ranked player, who has a crucial 2-game to lovely. Just 6 minutes for that second game, 11-7. And the English woman is up 2 games to love.
Yeah, what a contrast. I mean, it was always on the cards with such a long tiebreaker like that in the first. But Mead started off so strong, and the physicality is one thing, but I think the body language you can see here from Aboulmakarim just went off the scales completely in the second game. So it's
Mead leads 2 games to love. Love all.
Well, this is a phenomenal opportunity for the Englishwoman, Alicia Mead. Big points up for grabs here, getting to the second round of a gold event. And that is
here we go.
a dream start to her campaign for this third game.
A target missile for that tin. Oh, that's tidy.
2 love.
That's very nice. Look at how this is played in.
Ashling, earlier in the match, you were saying that you wanted to see Alicia Mead step forward and take those on the volley, and
Head out.
she responded to your request.
Yeah. Well, we're close enough to the court. They can probably hear us.
Yes, let.
Oh dear.
1-2.
Well, Aboulmakarim seems pretty intent on crunching the ball, but I feel like she needs to take a little bit of that pace off. And she really needs to get Mead behind her if she wants to have any joy. We saw a glimmer of her attacking skills to the front towards the end of the second, where she relaxed a little bit, but she's just not giving herself any sort of opportunity or time and opportunity to be able to play those with a little bit more margin. It's been 2 all or nothing from the Egyptian. I mean, that's a great attack, but again, that's the all side of it, isn't it? It's been too much of the nothing. Not enough rally building from Aboulmakarim.
Head out. 3-0. 4-3. To Aboulmakarim.
Yeah, that's better from Aboulmakarim. Again, Aisling taking a bit of the pace off, managing to squeeze the ball into the sidewall, and also see where it's landing. It's, you know, 3 feet deeper in the court, making Mead have to reach behind herself.
Yes, that's 4-0. Down. 5-4. No let.
Very much went into the back of the player there.
And out.
Yeah, that was
5-all.
pretty blatant. No attempt to go and play that one.
That's that take it. Oh,
To Aboulmakarim.
the initiation of that attack,
out.
again, back to what you're saying, look at the tee position of, the tee position of Aboulmakarim is at the back of the service backs for that. So that boast is a very long trip up to the front court. But it's just the follow-up shot then, isn't it? It's the second shot. So if you're going to use that as an attack, then you have to be
7-5.
ready for the volley. And if the volley doesn't come in the place that you want it, it's the adjustment of your feet, the shoulders and hips around to the sidewall, so that you're able to hit like a solid drive out of it.
Well, it's been a good response from the Egyptian.
Yeah.
Much needed. Pretty quick fire
The
rallies
lift.
as well. That's terrific.
8-5.
I mean, it's pretty evident that Aboulmakarim's plan A is to hammer the ball. I've seen her play a few times, and she does love to play with pace, but for her own sake, she needs to recognize that taking a little bit of pace off the serving wall, because I see that's just, she's hitting down on it, and it's only landing at the, well, in front of the service box. Just doesn't travel far enough on a glass court. So punishing. Oh dear.
Hand out. 9-6.
That was an important point for Mead.
Down.
Trading
Out.
errors.
7-9.
Well, they've had so much reward, each of them, with quick attacks into the front. It's pretty cold in here. The margin's just a bit too low sometimes.
She did well there. She did well there.
8-9.
Makarim definitely looking for that volley.
Terrific movement from Mead to get up onto that drop shot quickly. Smart from Mead. Just conceding
Yes.
that one.
Core service, please. At the right front corner.
Well, after that nervy error from Mead, where she smoked the cross court into the tin, she's managed to claw her way back here. I mean, she actually got under that,
Thank
but it
you.
was just a stroke.
Right box.
Yeah,
9-4.
sat down at the end. Does she have the mental strength now to stay in this, Nicole?
What a fight back from Mead. Down 9-6, and now she's earned herself her first match ball. Can she learn from the tension in the first game where she made those crucial errors at the back end?
Ooh, it's a
Aboulmakarim is going on an absolute rampage here.
She certainly is.
Oh, and she's made the error.
11-9.
What a result for Alicia Mead.
19-17.
Managed to survive the first game, which was 19 minutes in duration. Pretty much ran away with the second, and then quite the close affair in the third. And we're going to hear now from Alicia with Will Carlin.
First game. Let's talk about that for a second. You were up big for a while, and she caught up, and then all of a sudden it seemed like it was the never-ending game. What were you thinking as it was going on?
I was thinking actually how bad the quality was every time I had game ball. Yeah, not enough width, not enough precision, and with what I wanted to do. So, yeah, it gave away some cheap stuff and opportunities for her to attack, which is what she's good at. So, I was relieved to get off that one and kind of start again, find some good quality.
And the second game was actually the easiest game for you in a way because you had a lead and you kept it all the way through. The third game, you had to come back. That was different from the other two games.
Yeah, I knew after the second she was going to come out kind of hitting the ball hard, attacking and trying to give it everything at 2-love down, which everyone does. So I was just trying to tell myself that if I just keep the quality good, then I can hit some spots. It's quite dead on here and the visibility's not great being on glass. So we were both struggling a little bit at times. So I just felt like if I found a bit of quality, then I could pull it back. Yeah.
Well, first trip to California, first match is a win. How does it feel to do that in California here?
Yeah, great. Never been here before, so this is fun. Not been to any of these clubs, so yeah, these are big events, and just trying to get some wins behind my belt and keep building with my quality. Yeah.
Well, congratulations, Alicia. We're looking forward to seeing you play again. Alicia Mead, everybody. All right, we're going to take just a minute or two break, and then we'll be back to introduce the next match.
Talk us through the first few rallies then we're watching here. It seems everything's going into the back corners. Is that deliberate from you? What are you sort of trying to do there?
Very, very deliberate. You know, as I told you, I wasn't feeling as confident as I would have liked to coming to this event. I just played with Shorbagi as well, which takes a lot of emotional stress out of me. And I wanted to start this game well because for a few times now I've been playing with Diego. He would get up to a good lead in the first. He was ahead of me in taking the initiative, and that was very dangerous. Again, here, you know, a tentative drop shot because I'm not 1-love up. I'm a little nervous, but I think the intent and the idea is good. I look at some of those rallies now, and I'm not sure how we stood. Oh, wow. Oh, did I get that? Oh, it's 10-8 game ball. Yeah, I watched that. I was so happy and so relieved to see this one going to the 10. I might have retrieved the ball, but even then I would have been under a lot of pressure. And I knew that would make a big confidence, change of momentum, I guess, into confidence, because he was obviously flying in confidence, being 10-7 up. And then I hit a good straight drop, I think, from the backhand volley. And then this rally was quite long, and I had to retrieve a lot of balls back. And the fact that he lost it and hit the 10, I thought, okay, this is my time now.
When a player starts trying to go for like drop shots from the back of the court,
yes,
do you then know that you've sort of got them in the place where you want them?
100%, but also you need to take a step forward on the tee. You don't want them to get an easy win out of those drop shots, you know, because that will give them confidence. So you try to take that away from them because you know it's their last resort. If it doesn't go well, if it doesn't go well, then they probably don't have anything else to resort to. Oh yes, when I saw that going to the 10, I was too tired to even give it a yalla, you know, because of how much discomfort we were both in. But I know he was a lot more uncomfortable than I was, and that gave me a lot of confidence. This is the monstrous rally that I think finished both of us. Like, I think had I lost it, even though I would have been still 8-5 up, momentum-wise, it would have made a big difference. But the fact that he hit the 10 at the end felt so relieving. And then here, my quad was gone. The left quad was completely gone. And you would see in the way I'm walking that I'm not bending it as much as I usually do. But again, I tried to hide it, and thankfully, he didn't. I hope that he didn't notice it.
When you look at him there and you make that eye contact, what's going through your mind then?
My quad. The only thing that's going through my mind, really, don't show it, don't show it. Stay in there, stay in there. And then I made the very beginner's mistake of sitting down, and that made the cramp a lot worse. See?
What's the feeling when that finally hits the tin and you know it's over?
It's so relieving. It's not even excitement or ecstasy anymore. It's not like you want to really go all out with a big scream. It's like, finally, this is over, and you know, right away, I've been through something special here. It's something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life.
court 9, aka the glass court here at Squash Zone for the Silicon Valley Open. We've got Timothy Brownell of the US of A up against Patrick Rooney of England. And I'm Aisling Blake, and joining me in the commentary is Chris Gordon, also of the US of A.
Good afternoon, Aisling. Pleasure to be here with you.
Long flight?
Not too long, actually. I came from Denver, so it was nice and quick.
Playing in Denver?
Yeah, playing very briefly.
Quick one and done. How'd you go?
Not particularly well, but did actually lose to a little bit of Bay interest in the form of Dylan Wong.
Oh, did you really?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
so
yeah.
The local supporters here in San Francisco will be very happy.
They'll be happy with that, yeah. Dylan, of course, a Penn graduate, and now on the tour for the last, on the professional tour for the last while. Back to these guys, pretty regular on the tour. These two have become quite a solid presence on the tour over the last couple of seasons. So Timothy Brownell, he went to Harvard, Timothy Brownell, Timmy as they call him, and graduated and decided to take up the professional tour in a very, very serious way. Meticulous player. Stands at 6 feet tall. He's making his way up through the rankings, doing quite well. Up to 30 now. And then, of course, the man in the blue t-shirt, none other than Patrick Rooney. He was one of the late comers into this tournament due to the withdrawal of a few players, Adrian Waller being one of them. But he's in it now, so he's here. Apparently his stuff didn't arrive, his gear didn't arrive, so he had to, someone kindly dropped off some rackets and presumably shoes, I'm not sure, at the front desk earlier on today. How scary is that when your stuff doesn't arrive with the luggage? I mean, you pack your squash shoes and your racket bag on board, I assume.
I actually do not.
Do you
Very
not?
unprofessional, May.
Chris Gordon, how are
Extremely
you living?
unprofessional.
What? So you put them in your luggage on the,
I
under
just
the
chuck them underneath in the hold on the plane and hope for the best.
and pray to the travel gods.
And funnily enough, there's only one time that I can think of in the last 10 or 15 years off the top of my head where my luggage has been lost for a substantial amount of time.
Why do you dance with the devil like that, Chris?
I like to live life on the edge. There's not enough excitement in my life, so I try to live right on the edge with the airlines.
I would wager that I would say 90% of the professionals are bringing those rackets and shoes on board. Do you think so?
I would think a decent amount. I think it's mostly the shoes that are the important part.
Yeah.
Obviously the rackets,
Agreed.
it's not that difficult to chop and change. But you know, the shoes obviously very individual to the specific player. So if those shoes get lost, it can actually be really challenging.
Do you think Timmy Brownell packs his stuff?
I suspect he does pack his stuff. He's pretty organized.
This guy's meticulous. I can tell by the way he's walking off court. He packed his gear in his hand luggage. Referee for this event, JC Abadea. This match.
Play will start in 30 seconds.
Well, I must say, this is probably the match I've had circled all day, and not just because of the home interest, but when you look at the rankings, they're quite close in the rankings. This has potential to really kick off.
Yeah, we've had some, I mean, the women's match starting had 4 places in between those 2 players in the rankings.
Silicon Valley Open 2024.
These guys are 11 apart.
Men's round 1 match.
41
Patrick
to
Rooney
Timmy
of England
Brownell's
to serve.
30.
Timothy Brownell of United
It's
States
been a little bit
to
higher in the
receive.
past, though,
Yeah.
Patrick
Best of
Rooney.
5
So
games, love all.
He's been as high as 29th. Sorry, stand corrected.
Handout,
My
one
stats
love.
are wrong because of me, not because of the production crew. Patrick Rooney, 18 in the world, his highest ranking.
2 love.
yeah, I must say, Aisling, I always find these early matches in the day in the first and second rounds are quite interesting. It's one of those where you don't quite have the energy in the building yet, so I feel like it makes it right for the upsets. You can sometimes catch a player a little flat.
Yeah. Yeah, very good point.
It's also a very tricky match to prepare for eating-wise, you know, because you're playing right at lunchtime. You've gotten up, and are you really getting in 2 meals before you play this early?
I doubt it. You got your hit in early. You're going to do that at about 9 o'clock, I assume. Probably, well, I was here quite early. There weren't many players here at 8:30, but Patrick Rooney actually didn't come for a hit. I just saw him walk in the door about an hour ago for going the
Well,
early
he didn't have his gear for the hit.
He didn't have any gear. Yeah, that's true.
He's just turned up and borrowed some from the pro shop. It's been a great start from Brownell so far.
He has, clinical.
Yeah, he's looking really relaxed here.
He's got his mom, Chris Brownell, here coaching him.
And I've seen the new U.S. national coach Nick Taylor as well in the stands, so good bit of support here for Timmy Brownell.
Look at that. That's a double shot, ladies and gentlemen. That little, you see that sometimes, and he's reverse boast, or as PJ calls it, leisure centre boast. He's got the angle on that, right? 6-0. Perfect start for Brownell. Imperfect from Rooney.
Yeah, he's looking really sharp here, Timmy Brownell. Just really relaxed, getting the ball into those target areas in the back corner. Yeah, it's smooth. He hasn't given Rooney a sniff at all.
But yeah, I mean, that length kind of effort there by Rooney. They're very much playing in 2/3 of the court. At least Rooney is hitting into 2/3 of the court. That last third at the back is not being touched by Rooney so far. So Brownell has taken 1 step max off the tee.
No, absolutely. Rooney's hitting hasn't been the tidiest. It's been somewhat loose, and as you said, Brownell just 1 step off the tee and all over everything.
Oh gosh. Testing times. 10 love, will it be 11 love for a first game? Well, it's not.
Yeah, it was a better rally there from Rooney. Managed to get the ball a little bit deeper in the back corners, and you can see him being a little bit more patient in terms of working the ball around the court. He wasn't quite as anxious taking it into the corners.
That's it. All the ones across the board. First game goes to Timmy Brownell. It's a very, very short game by any standards. 5 minutes in duration for that one. Timmy Brownell leads 1 game to love.
An absolute clinical start to this first round encounter from the USA's Timothy Brownell. He looked really sharp, he looked really relaxed, and he was finding all his targets. Patrick Rooney, on the other hand, just not quite finding any rhythm, not getting the accuracy in the hitting. He managed to get a point on the board right at the end, but Timmy Brownell, far too sharp, commanding performance in that first game.
seconds. Brownell leads 1 game to love. Love all.
Well, he's going to need a good start here. Patrick Rooney had really nothing going on there in the first. He just wasn't able to find a way to extend the rallies and get Timothy Brownell into any form of uncomfortable position.
Absolutely right, Chris. Just initially off the bat here, it's a better rally, as in it's nearly a bit of a length game for Rooney, but hopefully that will help him kind of loosen up the swing.
Yeah, well, I think this is smart from Rooney. He needs to find any way to get himself into this match. And I think just hitting more balls and staying in the rally longer, at least it potentially helps settle down whatever nerves you have, or just help you start seeing the ball a little bit better.
Yes, left. 2 love. Right white.
Yeah, it's great squeeze there from Timothy Brownell along that backhand side wall. I must say the hitting from Brownell has been pretty sharp today. He hasn't given Rooney many angles at all to attack.
Down. 4 love.
Yeah, this certainly isn't the start Rooney was looking for.
Certainly not.
He's tried to settle it out, but he's just not finding a way to break down Timothy Brownell.
It's funny, a lot when you're playing left-handed players, as a right-handed person, you try to switch it a bit onto the backhand, but he's not. I don't see many obvious signs of switching the play onto the backhand of Brownell. You know, getting the player to twist behind them and play from behind them.
Yeah,
He's quite content to use the, you know, up and down the right, on the left wall, and that's Brownell's problem.
Yeah, no, not at all. He just seems to be trying to create a rhythm, Rooney, and he's not really. Doesn't seem like there's a tremendous amount of tactic going on.
Another, oh, the smiles are out. Is that called a Philly boast? Again, double shot, doubles territory there. It goes into the front wall, then the side wall. And if you get the angle right, even he's impressed with that. It does the job. Well, it's infinitely better, even the scoreline doesn't indicate it, but it is better from Rooney. It's ramping up the gears now. It's taken a game and a half, but
Yeah, well, for me here, the thing is you just finally see a positive motion across the tee from Rooney. He's trying to take the ball earlier there, take time away from the USA's Timmy Brownell.
much better targets. Much better targets. Settling down.
Court service. Please.
Yeah, I think this is a smart move from Timmy Brownell, asking for a better court service. He was in so much control, and Rooney was finally starting to get a little bit of a rhythm going.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see Rooney kind of chomping at the bit. We can, from our vantage point, we can see the back of the court, and Rooney he's really looking to get going, get that court cleaner off the court, and, as Chris said, build on the momentum.
Yeah, it's accurate there from Brownell. He's used the space there, cut the ball really nicely into the front corner there.
More like it. Rooney.
Yeah, for me, this little section of the next couple points is going to be really important for Timmy Brownell, because he's dominated Rooney so far up to this point, and if Rooney's able to get his teeth sunk in here, he'll start to relax and grow in confidence.
Definitely. Yeah, it's a completely different game now. Nice. Oh, it's the touch from a lengthy rally, that one. Well over 30 shots. Both players doing a bit of movement around the court, but a real test. It's great to see, though, Rooney come out of whatever shell shock he was in the first game. Oh, yeah,
it's great reaction there from Brownell. It's awkward, this one. It got fired back at his body, and he improvised really well there.
Did there, dropped the wrist. Broke that wrist, but that's okay. Broken wrist in squash is not it's not recommended for the early teaching of students, but in this case it's fine.
It's a good line there from Rooney. Just really hit down on that ball, getting it to die in the back corner.
Handout 5-8.
This court's favouring, you saw it in the earlier match too, it is really favouring getting that ball to do what you want and just fall into the back corners. You can see Timmy Brownell had to really lift out of that back corner just Just a little slow at the back. That's very good.
Yeah, it's a great squeeze there. He's been really productive taking the ball into that front right corner, Timmy Brownell. He's just hugging it in along the side wall, giving Rooney absolutely no angles. Good line from Rooney there. Again, just very cleverly getting Brownell stuck behind him and burying the ball in the back corner. So he's staying in touch here, Rooney. It's a good squeeze there from Rooney. He really worked that point well. It's a big couple points here from Rooney.
8, 9.
Yeah. Memories of, you know, that this first 1.5 games are well gone. Cobwebs have been cleared, and that's the first boast we've seen Brownell play in a long, long time.
Yeah, this point in particular, an absolutely massive one.
Oh, it certainly is.
He's done well, Rooney, to squeeze that out of the corner.
Gee, that one, you could hear that off the strings. Sharp as cheddar, that one was.
He's carved that one in there, Timmy Brownell.
Much needed. What timing?
No, it's a big point, that one. He's given himself that 2-point cushion now. 2 game balls to spare. Rooney was really starting to come back at him. Well, 1 game ball saved, Aisling.
Mini cross-court game in the middle of that rally, just a bit too loose from both parties. Now doing a good job of getting the width on the cross-court, getting his opponent behind him again.
There's certainly not much room for error here for Rooney.
No. Shifting towards Brownell.
Yeah, that's a big error there from Brownell. Got a good angle there, and he just overly flattened that boast. Well, it is one of those scenarios. It's a little tricky here for Brownell because he was so comfortable in the first game and so comfortable for the first half of the second game. And now all of a sudden you've got Rooney storming back at him, really closing the angles down.
Yeah, you have to almost, you have to push that first game out of your head completely because the game has completely flipped on its head, and now it's an actual game of squash between two players who have 10 ranking spots between them. So to win a game like that, 11-1, is fantastic and all, but you don't want to rest on your laurels with that. You know, Patrick Rooney is such a danger like that, coming into his own now completely.
Well, you just see the movements Patrick Rooney is making now. They're just so much more aggressive across the middle of the court. He's starting to look really positive on the volley. Oh, and that's a big error from Brownell. It maybe wasn't completely on that shot. Trying to make a little bit too much out of nothing there, potentially.
Oh, that's the aggression. 12-10. Brownell very, very quick to get off that court. He'll be very disappointed to have lost that second game, having had 2 game balls. But more like the squash that we came to expect from Rooney in particular. Triple in game time, the second game, 17 minutes, and the score stands now at 1 game all.
Well, the game started off all Timmy Brownell again. Everything he was hitting was flowing from the racket beautifully. But once we got into the mid stages, Patrick Rooney really dug in. He started to make the squash hard physically, and he found a way to become a lot more aggressive in his movement, and he capitalized on some Timmy Brownell errors in the tiebreak to level the score out 1 game apiece. Well, England's Patrick Rooney was starting to look really sharp there as he battled back in that second game. Just see his movements picking up. He was becoming a lot more aggressive around the middle. The volleying was a lot more dynamic.
And 1 love. To love.
Just get the feeling that Patrick Rooney's starting to find a way to pin Brownell behind him a little bit more consistently.
Yep. He's stretching him into the spaces now, isn't he? It's completely towards the end of that game, I think we felt the momentum shift just in the arena, the energy from Rooney, and that basic error at the end of the last game from Brownell. Just see now it's, you know, kicking off the sidewall. Tables have turned a bit. Brownell not being as accurate again through the middle of the court. You have to get Rooney pushing. You have to get the ball pushed behind him. He's gone for the review.
Rooney. Yeah, I think this is potentially worth a review from Rooney. I don't think it's a bad idea to review this. I mean, he was a little bit slow coming off this Rooney, but even so, there's a pretty decent amount of front wall to hit there.
There's a lot of front wall, Chris. Agree with you. Ooh, it's a big overturn. It's a big overturn.
Well, that is great use of the review from Patrick Rooney. I think he was hoping for just a let, and he's actually been massively rewarded there. I'm not necessarily against the decision. I think there was plenty of room to play the ball. Just very good use of the review from Rooney.
Look at more and more confidence because yeah, again, look at the nice movement from Rooney, shimmying into that front corner. And then getting too close to that ball. He was moving over. He just didn't adjust on his space at all.
Yeah, Rooney's doing a really good job of just moving up the court and rushing Brownell. He's making things happen quicker, Rooney. Very much in control. Last 5 shots Rooney has hit. It's been in front of his opponent. Now we're at 7. Wow. Wow, he looks gassed. Look at that blowing out his mouth there, Chris. Yeah, Rooney's really up the pace here. Pretty clever there. He's got the little top spin on top of the ball to get it to kick off quickly.
Stroke to Rooney. 5-2.
Yeah, he's starting to look a little bit lost for ideas here, Brownell. It's just he's completely had the tables turned on him. He's gone from Rooney being completely listless, stuck in the back corners, to now Rooney really pushing up the court, pushing the pace here. Yeah, Brownell's giving up the ghost there.
He is. I don't quite understand this. Would there be a bit of a niggle or like? Does he look gassed?
Yeah, I think.
Or has he just gone walkabout? He's guessing there a little bit. You see in the anticipation for the cross court.
Well, I think Rooney's just found a way to wind him. Rooney's just managed to take him out of his comfort zone, just taking the ball that bit earlier than Brownell's accustomed to.
He's absolutely bamboozled him. He looks like he sucker punched him.
And 3-7.
Yeah, it was an important point there for Brownell to stem the bleeding.
Brownell was always leading in that second game. You know, 5-1 at the start, right up to 9-6 and 10-8 at the end. That's rather beautiful.
Yeah, that's absolute class, Aisling. Really soft, feathering it in with a top spin.
But the wind is gone from the sails of
Brownell. Rooney has completely turned the tables. It's been a really impressive mental performance from Rooney, because at one stage it looked like he was really contemplating what price he was willing to pay to change the flight. And now he's actually having to extend the hotel reservation potentially.
It's the best scenario as a professional.
Which, the free flight change?
No, not the extension of the hotel.
Fair enough. I guess in my career it's been more the case
Yeah,
of the
same, Chris. well, topsy-turvy swings and roundabouts here. Chris Brownell walks off. He seems to be in bit of physical discomfort there, but fair play to Patrick Rooney. Wow, coming through that 7-minute game there, 11-4, just took it to his opponent. He now leads by 2 games to 1.
Well, England's Patrick Rooney continues to build on the momentum he was gaining from winning that second game. He looked really sharp here at the start of the third game. He was really accurate in his hitting. He was pushing up the court and really pushing the pace and winding Timmy Brownell. Patrick Rooney now in the driver's seat, leading 2 games to 1.
Fiona Barrington's almost fanatical dedication has kept him at the top.
World Championship matches can last for up to 2 hours, and the pace never slackens.
Has stunned the world champion. Jamshid Khan's hallmark of greatness becomes deeply ingrained with every tournament.
I've been coming here since I was 13. I never could win a tournament in this country, but the curse is broken.
4-time world champion. He's done it. Well, he's produced an absolute masterclass. We have a new Hong Kong champion. First Egyptian lady ever to win the British Open. He's done it. Ali Farag has done it. He's become world champion. Narongo Hart, finally, it's lucky number 5 for her.
Play will resume in 15 seconds. Rooney leads 2 games to 1. Rooney to serve, the ball.
Well, there's going to need to be a big mental effort here from USA's Timmy Brownell, and that's certainly not the angle he'd be looking for to start this 4th game.
He's trying to pump himself up there.
Yeah, for me, he just needs to find a way to slow down Patrick Rooney and get Patrick Rooney further back on the tee. Just see Rooney's really pushing up there, really hunting the volley.
Yeah, yeah. Very relaxed. It's as if we're seeing the first game, but in reverse. And Rooney's the, oh, that was rather unfortunate, but Rooney's the one just needing 1 step off the tee.
Brownell is just stuck behind Rooney. So not finding a way to really get Rooney moving dynamically out of that tee area. Better rally this one from Brownell. Really worked Rooney around the court. A good use of the boast, though, to really lengthen the court.
Left side. 2-all.
Collapsing a bit in the movement there, Brownell. heavy again for me.
Can we get court service, please? Ball was good. Just a quick one there. On the right side, please, back. All right, just here. Thank you. 3-2. Down. 4-2.
It's been a good little spell here from Brownell. He's found a way to lengthen the court to force Rooney into some heavier movements forward.
Down. 5-2.
Again, moving well.
It's a massive momentum
Yeah.
shift, Aisling. Just things swing back towards Timmy Brownell's way now.
Just please wipe it with your feet. Thank you. 6-2. Down. Hand out 3-6.
Oh, it's a great length and width there.
4-6. Right balls.
Catching the sidewall back behind the service box, very, very low too.
Yeah, Rooney's trying to respond here. Trying to stay in touch with Brownell.
It's going to be a stroke. White find a way out of that.
Yeah, he sort of stitched himself
Yeah.
there. Rooney, the ball was in an awkward position. It wasn't actually a bad shot. He just was in an awkward position movement-wise.
Just looking for that forehand volley and backhand too now, Patrick Rooney. Searching for it. Oh, that's a stroke.
Yeah, it's been a much better game here from Brownell.
8-4.
He's really finding a way to hug the ball into the side walls.
Left box.
Just taking that volley away from Rooney.
One more creeping towards 11 points. What odds would you give now on a going to a fifth?
I think the odds are pretty good on a fifth game, Aisling.
If you were a betting person. going to back Rooney to come out of this, actually. Do you know that? Just going to do it. I'm going to do it.
Yeah, he could well do. He needs to string together a couple really good points, but if he's able to find a way to win Timmy Brownell, take the ball a little bit earlier, it's a possibility. Well, he's certainly trying to put a little bit more oomph behind the hitting, Rooney.
Racket head speed is flying through the air to that ball. Look at that. That is a fantastic shot. I was going to say something else that began with an F, but I'm not going to, Chris. That was very, very good.
Fabulous shot.
Fabulous, that's the one, that's the word. Look at that! You'd nearly be scared. Listen to that.
That was a big, big miss from Rooney because all the momentum was starting to swing back towards him.
Mr. Rooney, do you want to use the towel? Great.
You can see Rooney's keen to try and get this going.
9-6.
Hasn't looked too happy even with the court service that's been provided.
Well taken in.
Yeah, he's taking that really early, Rooney.
Just Brownell getting trapped behind him here.
Yeah, again, not a lot of room for error from Rooney here, but he's starting to look really sharp yet again.
Yeah. Pace change from Brownell. Very quick decision from the referee.
Player review, Brownell on the no-let decision.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this one, Aisling.
This. Oh. Position of
my gut feel though is with that stroke, with that no let being given earlier on the earlier review, that this will be at most a let.
Yeah.
I just don't see them going from a no let before to a stroke
They're
here.
Not gonna flip it right back over. Ball's very close to the feet of Brownell.
Yes, let.
I think it'd be. It's overturned to a let. Seems.
Brownell has 2 reviews remaining. 7-9.
Seems the fairest. Shake of the head though from Brownell. He's not happy.
Well, and the thing that review does for me as well is it gave Rooney a couple minutes to catch his breath, so he's going to have a little bit more energy to try and really up the pace here.
9.
Held his nerve well at the end of games today, Rooney.
Yeah, he has. Getting about his business. Very nicely. Not a lot of emotion there. That's a nice hold. Brownell valiantly trying to wind that ball past the racket. That wingspan of Rooney is very big.
Oh,
that's well done.
Yeah, it's great misdirection there from Brownell. He's totally come over the ball. Wrong footing Rooney. Oh, that is soft.
Saved one.
Yeah, buttery soft there, Aisling.
Oh, that's how you finish a game. That's how you finish a game. New ball requested from Brownell. Puts the pistol in the pocket. Watch this. Right hand goes, puts the pistol in the pocket. He walks off the court. He's taken the game, and we're in the 5th. 2 games all. It's swings and roundabouts here on the glass court at the Silicon Valley Open at the Squash Zone. Oh, ended the 3rd game, he's right. That was old school. That was interesting. You look confused, Chris.
Yeah, I think we need to do some rules analysis and figure out what the
It's
situation
the end
is
of the 3rd
with.
game, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's been changed recently, though. They're pretty
You tell
liberal
me.
changing the rules on the balls. We're going to need to get our director of refereeing in here to figure it out. Well, it was real backwards and forwards 4th game there. Started off with Rooney looking really sharp, keeping Brownell on the back burner. But Timothy Brownell answered back fabulously well, attacked really, really well, created all kinds of problems for Rooney, and Brownell ends things holstering the gun with a cross-court nick to force a 5th and decisive game.
Player will resume in 6.
Squash is played across all the continents in the world.
With heroes of the game coming from everywhere on the globe.
Squash has the power to enrich people's lives.
The Professional Squash Tour is a catalyst for positive change around the world.
The strength of our sport is our community.
We're on a mission to unite the squash community and leave a lasting legacy wherever the tour goes.
We do this by supporting community programs and collaboration in our sport.
Once you play our sport and learn more about it, you'll make new friends and also grow as a person.
To me, a new ball wouldn't necessarily be all that helpful to Timmy Brownell's cause.
2 games all. Brownell to serve. Each player has 1 review available. Love all.
You can see Brownell's really trying to get the ball wide around Rooney, trying to take the volley away from Rooney.
So 1-all, 2-all, 50 minutes exactly on the clock for this match.
And 2-1.
Really going the distance.
Yeah, it's a great angle there, Aisling. Really clever how Rooney just cuts around the side of the ball.
Yeah. He's looking more and more lively. If this went to the best of 7, I think Patrick Rooney would be completely fine. Like he's got a bounce on him on the tee. Shoulders are back, you know, nice. Almost there's a bit of looseness to his form now on the tee. And he's just exploding off that thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I just think Brownell is producing enough high-quality attacking shots that it's managing to keep Rooney a little bit neutralized. Getting a little look at this one.
Ooh. I got it. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he got that really comfortably, actually.
That's farther just. Well done, well done. Big rally for Brownell, that one. Through gritted teeth, he celebrates.
5-2.
He was doing some diagonal work.
Yeah, it's the attacking shots to finish the rallies. It's really separated Brownell here in the 5th game. He's had a little bit of space. Oh, and there it is. Right off the service.
6-2. Stroke, Brownell. 7-2.
Starting to look really fresh again. He went through that stage in the 2nd and 3rd game where he was starting to look a little bit heavy in the movement category, but now he's really bouncing around Brownell.
And 3-7.
That combo, when he gets it right, that deep length and very nice, simple, straight line from the back. Gets the applause from the mom. 8-3, 5-point cushion in the 5th game. Make that 6, make that 6.
9-3.
Yeah, it's been a really good 5th game from Brownell. The quality of his attacks has been absolutely fantastic. And it's funny, you get the feeling that Rooney's almost come off the end of it physically. Just all the effort he put into getting up the court and taking the ball early has started to take a bit of a toll on his accuracy here in the 5th.
Down. Handout 4-9.
Back to the lines again. Brownell did that really well in the first, but Patrick Rooney wasn't at the races. However, now we have 6 match balls for Brownell. He's turned it around. If he does, I'm sure he'd be very, very pleased with how he's performed in the last 2 games in this. Rooney saves 1. Straight line hitting again from Brownell.
He's perking up again here, Rooney, but he's got a bit of a mountain to climb, really.
Yeah, it's a big mountain. Movement in. Brownell on the back foot is in this rally. He's hanging in there. He's got to review that. Might as well.
Yeah, it's worth a review. This one I don't really see getting overturned.
Not as
always interesting
not
to get
as clear cut.
Yeah, always interesting to get a slow look at it. And just for me, the thing was Rooney didn't make too much of an intent to get out the way there.
So that's it. A relieved Brownell comes off in 5 rather. 11-5 in the 5th for him. Let's see what he has to say to Will Carling, courtside.
Timmy, I feel like we just went through like a whole novel there. There were like peaks and valleys and dramas and sub-dramas. Let's start at the beginning. 11-1 first game. You're up 5-1 in the second game, and then you hit a crazy shot that a lot of people you may or may not know. It's called Philadelphia, but can you describe that shot for everybody first?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to my little sister Jessie. I took a page out of her book there. She's usually 10 in a row the other way kind of player. So thanks, Jessie, for watching. Yeah, that Philly shot was crazy. I do it a lot in practice. Definitely not advised. It goes to show that I'm kind of just hip firing out there, but it worked, and that's 1 in 100. Hopefully, somebody tag that shot.
Yeah, and what it does, just to describe it for everybody, is they're hitting front wall, side wall, and it comes back, hits the side wall, and if you hit it just right, and it's hard to do, it rolls along the back wall, and Timmy hit it perfectly. But I almost felt like it woke Patrick up at that point, and then all of a sudden you're in trouble. Tell me what's happening in your head when all of a sudden you're down 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, you can see in the third game, it wasn't like I was hitting 10. He's just outplaying me. He's one of the most talented players on the tour. You can see all of his results. He's beat some of the very best players in the world. He's been out for a long time with injuries, coming back, but his racket's still just as good. A lot of it is just freedom, like you said. You know, for both of us, I think people don't realize how hard it is to win on the tour. Everybody sees Ali Farag and Mustafa Sal winning 15 matches in a row. They don't see the 2 guys out here losing 15 in a row. But you know, it's like you keep going. I have a ton of respect for him, and I think people just don't realize how long you can go. If you lose 2-3 matches in a row, you have 1 in 2 months. So I think both of us are feeling a little bit tight out there, and loosen them up. We got to show some great squash, and I'm happy I didn't just get in. You don't get these chances very often. You got to, relish the time around court. So I really enjoyed the match. Just a fair player. So few lets there. I did ask for one guy no lets, so I got punished. Yeah, really good match. All of you guys should check him out. He's one of the most enjoyable players to watch on the court. So hats off to Patrick.
And also hats off to you just for recognizing that. And I also want to say hats off to you. You are now 2-time U.S. national champion, which you did just a few months ago. Tell me what it's like to be #1 in the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, obviously one of my dreams, but I've got so far to go in terms of my potential, and really excited to get to work. You got Nick Taylor in the crowd here next to my mom. Obviously, thank you both of them for being here. But there's so much work to do, and I'm so excited. You can just see how many places we both can improve in. I can't wait to get to work. The sky's the limit, and I really think that, as far as I go, there's going to be 10 guys behind me that are going to go further. So I'm really excited for the future of American squash.
That's why he's one of America's best ambassadors. Timmy Brownell, everybody. Congratulations. And We are slightly behind, so just going to take a couple minutes to wrap up, and then we'll be right back with
Well, a fantastic fifth game from the USA's Timothy Brownell. He started looking really fresh again and firing the ball in really, really well. Patrick Rooney just seemed to come off the pace after pushing it so hard for so long, and Brownell books his place in the last 16 with some lovely attacking play.
Well, next up, it's a little bit late. It was supposed to be on at 1:30 local time. It's now 2 p.m., but it's going to be Riya Navani, graduate or recent student of Stanford, rather. That was a mistake, against Nadine Shahin of Egypt. That's coming up very shortly.
That is an absolute joke.
What was that?
That is a scandal.
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness gracious me.
Oh, let's see that again.
That was a bit special. That's more like it. That was seriously cool.
She won't feel when she's playing Shabini, just in terms of the expectations and the pressure. You know, this is an 18-year-old who is capable of doing ridiculous things like this.
One left.
That is an outrageous shot.
I haven't seen Gawad play like this. You know what? Gawad played better. He's played better here than he did when he beat Paul Cole and Elguna. Two drop in. Two drop in. It's got to be shot of the day. This is definitely shot of the day. Look at that. Utter perfection.
When you think it can't get any better.
Utter perfection from Gawad.
Oh.
Not up. That is a shot of the day. There's no doubt about that. Complete look away here. Watch this. And a pirouette.
Different.
Oh my word. I mean, that's a scandalous shot. And the gentleman that Gawad is applauding this. Look at this shot. Well, he's got his second vind here.
9-10.
Oh, technical perfection, that, Johnny. That was outrageous.
Gangle.
Oh, what is that, Lisa? That is an unbelievable overhead backhand block into the neck.
I wondered what you were going to call it there. That is a scandal.
That is just an absolutely out-of-this-world lob. I mean, we have the most incredible shots of the month, and that one deserves to be a shot of the month as well. A winning lob off a tight drop.
I like she's able to bring a bit of lightness to the situation. Oh!
11-1, going to go hard. Go hard lead.
Thanks for coming.
It's almost like she was teasing her with the first one.
Thanks for coming. I mean, that was nailed into the cross-court nick, and look at that, the Terminator. It's Farag's turn to shine a little bit there. The old wraparound, top spin, half volley.
Haven't seen much of this though, have we?
No, we haven't, and that could add to a little bit of relaxation coming in now for Farag.
I mean, the dangers at game one, you know, at 7-all, 8-all, where
oh, goodness me.
Don't let her get into her groove, Johnny.
Oh, my word. Ah, Johnny boy, you're going to need some peppermint tea. You're
8-love.
Feeling the burn there. That is something else. I mean, this is a joke, isn't it? And this is what she can do.
Oh. Go on, go on. Oh! Oh, no, you didn't.
Riya. That was really slick, Rick.
11-8, 11-9, 11-3.
Lovely finish there from the Peruvian. Went through a really irritable stage. Third game, sorted it out after the advices from his dad. And then the half volley top spin cross court.
Just manages to get onto that, but that is clever from Gohar. Sold Shabini the straight drop. Let her come right in. Sent her off again. Yeah, we heard the Stanford team cheering her on when she took to the court. She's no stranger to professional squash. She's played quite a few PSA events while she was in her senior year in high school. Again, locally, played a lot in the States, a few tournaments too in Europe. So she's getting the experience on the tour. She had a good win against Aboulmakarim in Houston back in May.
I remember that one. Yeah.
Really, yeah. Well, were you commentating on that?
I think I was just watching it.
It was a really, really good win for her.
Yeah, she played really well. Wasn't scared whatsoever of playing a higher seed.
No, not at all. She's definitely got some really nice skills on the volley and around the mid-court area.
She broke into the top 30 for the first time that year, and she's been ranked as high as number 14 in the world. Nadine has been in 11 finals.
So she's, you see that, highest world ranking of 79. She's just 18 years of age. So she's now going to go take part in a Stanford team, which have very, very high hopes for their team. They're absolutely stacked with talent. And they're in good hands with Mark Talbot and Nick Talbot. Mark has been at the helm for years, so I think they're going to really, really try over the next 4 years and come home with a championship, which would be a big, big thing for the Stanford squash community.
Absolutely. They certainly been close over the past few years.
So she's up against somewhat of a veteran. I cannot believe she's 27 because I used to play her on the tour. Well, how did that, where is that maths, Nicole? I graduated from the tour 8 years ago, so she was 19. I could have sworn she was about 27 back then.
I feel like some of these Egyptians, they feel like they've been around for ages. Like Nada Abbas, she's in her early 20s, and I remember her playing when she was 15, 16.
Yeah.
In challengers, so they've already had pretty much a full career by the time they're in their mid-20s.
Exactly. That's true, that's true. Well, Nadine Sheehan, very, very experienced. Let's just say that. Young in age, but very experienced on the tour. Stages like this, no problem to her. She's very skilled with the racket. Quite a relaxed, like the swing is very easy to go back. It's almost a bit, you would think, too loose at times. Total contrast to, for example, like the Rod Martin school of Aussie, very, very set racket prep. Hers is loose, but it does the job.
Yeah, pretty much hits it with a full swing every time, which can be very threatening, but also get her into trouble, which could be interesting to see on this pretty dead glass court.
time. Thank you.
Well, Aisling, you've probably seen Riya play quite a bit. What do you think we're going to see from her?
It'll be tough. It'll be tough for sure. Yeah, she's a lovely player. Very smooth and skills, as I said, particularly around the mid-court. She's going to try and pick it off. That's Nick Talbot. He's the coach at Stanford. So she just started her freshman year there mere weeks ago. I think she's cutting class. She actually is. I know that. She is cutting class today.
Fortunately, it's a Friday.
It's so what does that mean?
Class loads are typically lighter on Fridays.
Are they?
They are. Oh. Sometimes you won't even have class on a Friday.
Are Andrea Santa Maria in the hot box for this match?
Play will start in 15.
But yeah, I think Shahin, we're gonna see pace, and try and break down the less experienced player with
Silicon
that.
Valley Open 2024 presented by Oracle
And then see how Navani weathers the storm.
Riya Navani of the United States to serve. Nadine Shahin of Egypt to receive. Best of 5 games. Love all.
Trademark forehand volley across the middle from Riya Navani. She's had a lot of experience in the junior circuit too.
Too low.
Quick nod to herself there. That's the right play. Fantastic start, isn't it?
Yep. Early guess from Shahin.
A stylish player. She was coached too by Charlie Johnson as well, so you can see that a lot of his players have that similar style. It's a nice, tidy swing.
Yeah, lovely technique.
What Nadine Shahin does need to do is exactly that, is like make Navani make at least 2 steps to the ball to stretch her. I think Nadine should take the ball in to the front of the court, which I guess you and I have both played her, so it seems like she loves a quick boast, doesn't she?
Absolutely loves
the quick boast.
Loves to rip her boast around. Yeah, you need to be moving well right from the get-go. On this court as well, it could prove really effective. We've already seen Shahin go for it a couple times. Loves to whip that boast around and then hunt the cross court.
Yeah.
Always hitting down on the ball really aggressively.
6-1.
Oftentimes from positions you wouldn't expect, like she's stuck in the back left corner. And she's still gonna. You hit a good drive down there, and she's gonna try and counter-attack you from that position. Yep. So it can be really off-putting. But if you get the balance right, get the weight of shot right, then you can expose her. She can spray it into the middle, and that's where I think you're gonna get your opportunities.
That's what we're seeing here.
Touche. Oh.
And now to 2-7.
I mean, full swing.
Full swing, yeah.
As you said, Aisling.
Up on her head.
Zero doubt about where that was going to go.
That's the kind of thing I was talking about there, like that. But that needs to be taken. And a volley from Shahin follow up that.
Smart.
Price, she's
yeah, that's good.
Yeah, but she's getting caught out because she played the boast from way back here, and then see how that trickle post totally kind of unsettled her, rocking her back on her heels. If you're going to play a boast like that, like standard practice is rush up.
Don't just stand back and admire your work.
There we go. We're not under 11 anymore.
I might be sometimes.
Oh, yeah. That's better. That's better.
But that's the thing, though. Shaheen likes to hunt for that cross court, doesn't she? So if you can add in that variation, which we saw Navani do in the previous rally with the trickle, or maybe going straight or the quick counter, then you're going to unsettle her. But Shaheen does love that pattern.
Yeah, again.
4-8.
But this is the danger. Shaheen's capable of rattling off really quick rallies in succession. If you give her any time, any space really anywhere, but obviously especially around the middle of the court. She's gonna slap that kill in all day long. It's a nice bit of trickery.
6-8.
Unlucky for Shaheen. Good for Navani, because that stemmed and stopped completely that flow of points there for Shaheen. Navani edges away 9-6, 10-6 now to take the first game. This woman who was given a wild card into this event could nip the first game against the seasoned Egyptian. She does! She does! And with a muted fist pump, she walks off the court. She'll be very, very pleased with that first game. All business is Riya Navani taking that first game in a mere 6 minutes. So she leads by 1 game to love.
Well, the start of that game was all about the American. She raced off to a several-point lead in pretty quick-fire fashion, not letting Nadine Shaheen settle one bit. Looked to expose the movement of Shaheen. Nice variations at the front of the court. Started to realize that the Egyptian was hunting the cross court, and then started to add in a couple variations, trickle bow, straight drop.
They will resume in 60 seconds.
And she's in terrific order, closing out that game 11-6.
Paul, the mark of a true champion is knowing how to fight through and get the victory when you do not have your best stuff.
Oh my goodness, he's going to get this! Oh, he's got it!
Well, that is absolutely ferocious hitting from Brownell.
Oh, that is an absolute screaming win from Al-Tamimi.
Outrageous! That is outrageous! What a rally, what a last couple of rallies!
Oh, on for Sobi. If it's on, it's on. She's taking it in.
Unlucky.
Now 1-all.
Just. It's nice natural instincts that Navani has, you know, working the, well, I've actually seen her play that cross-court volley, and it's very, very effective against, you know, someone less experienced, and it's definitely going to catch the pros out. Oh, there you go. You know, time one, time two, it's definitely going to do it, but then they'll catch on to it very, very quickly. So she needs to do it, but then, you know, vary it ever so slightly. It's great. Look at these hands.
3-2.
Ball is so low on this, just off the ground. Well, it's a bit higher than that, but good hands. It's a bit higher than just off the ground.
Excellent racket head speed going through that. It feels like a mere matter of seconds, and we've already got 6 points on the board.
Talk about home court advantage. She's really taking it and running with it. Yeah. Tried to get the width, but Shahin, far too easy for Shahin to pick that off. Nice. Cross off the cross. Boast, sorry, cross off the boast, cross off the cross. Absolute mind melt of movement against your movement. Very, very difficult to do.
Yeah, but Navani's doing well to anticipate that, isn't she? She's now starting to read the cross flick from Shahin. Wasn't far away.
6-4.
That's the thing, if you can just get the ball running in 1 foot deeper past Shahin, then you're forcing that boast is no longer as much of an attacking option. And she's playing with really fine margins. That's a nice length.
And out 5-6.
It's been a better second game from Shahin, but Navani still managing to keep a couple-point lead. Oh!
Miss Shahin, please don't be so physical. I understand that you're trying to go to the ball, but that's unnecessary. Yes, let's. Player review Shahin on the yes, let's decision.
Well, it wasn't a good drop from Navani. You can see why. Ooh. Is the line straight through Navani right there?
It's a bit of impact, isn't it? Yeah, it does kick out. Hits it, catches the sidewall here and almost comes right to the left foot of Navani by the second bounce.
I wonder if the ref feels that it was just because the contact was too heavy and unnecessary
Did she
from
push her
Shahin?
into the shot? Yeah.
Or is there another line, perhaps around the front, to go and get that?
Has 1 review remaining, 7-5 right side. 7-5.
I mean, that's just, to be quite honest, Navani looks like the more polished player, like a good, simple length, rather. Of the two, she's looking so far like the most more experienced.
And out, 6-8.
Yeah, a bit of a rush to the head there. Well, it wasn't far away. No, but you're right, Aisling. Navani's taken this match head on, hasn't she?
Yeah,
She's
she
up
is.
for it. Good body language, as she should, of course, being in the underdog. But certainly not intimidated by the occasion.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
well
lovely.
done. Well done, that little flip, that cross court, that trademark cross court, but she did well to double up on the cross court. 9-6 in the second game. And she replicate the first.
We're going to see an onslaught from Shahin now.
Yeah.
Really looking to amp the pace up. Well, it's
Oh,
well
she's
read.
read that well. Wow, she is on fire. 4-game balls cheered on by a loyal Stanford crowd to take 2 games, to take this match, sorry, in 2 games to love. She's loving this.
Yeah,
Loving
smart.
this. She didn't even ask for a let. She's enjoying the atmosphere and the crowd support. Navani now leads this game, first round, in the women's, by 2 games to love against a much higher ranked opponent. Match time 16 minutes, very, very short.
Well, absolutely outstanding stuff from the lower ranked player. Taking the game to Shahin, teeing off around the middle. She's the one that's getting the better length right now, and she's capitalizing on her opportunities. A bit of a late fight back from Shahin, who tried to amp the pace up, but she lost her accuracy with that. And she now trails by 2 games to love.
Doing on the court. You have been in this situation a lot. Now is not the time to tense up and freak out. Now is the time to just like let go on the swing a bit, which she does quite a lot. But if this younger girl is getting you on these little flicks and cross courts that you're not reading, well then tidy up your squash and do not leave it open for that.
Yeah, exactly. The basic game is failing Nadine at the moment.
It's yeah, and it's you know, it must be very, very uncomfortable out there. There are 70 ranking spots in between these 2 young women. They're both young. 110 versus 41. Like I would not like to be in Shahin's position right now, because you're going, oh my God, this kid's a wild card. I mean, a very, very good one, but you see a draw and you're a PSA player and you see a wild card. What do you think?
I mean, usually you think that's a pretty good draw. However, if you're in Egypt, you don't usually think that.
No, you do not think that.
Although, to be fair, I think that a lot of the draws now, you know, you're getting, for instance, at the US Open, I think that the wild cards are the Stefanoni sisters. Those are both very dangerous players.
True,
so
true,
we
true,
are
true.
seeing a lot more depth with the wild card options. It's not just a freebie anymore.
All US players too.
Yeah.
The growth of the sport, and particularly the female players in this country, juniors are coming on in leaps and bounds.
But I think, I mean, we need to see Shahin just start to expose Navani at the back, and then get in front and be able to use Navani's movement.
She has to make her move.
Her.
She has to make her move, and she's not, because Navani's hitting really clean lines. But like that boast right up to the front court, and then that diagonal space is left open, but she's not really exposing that part at all.
Oh dear.
And out, 4-2.
If there was one criticism I had of Navani watching her play over the past couple years, it's that, of course, her racket skills are exceptional, but her movement was letting her down, and unfortunately for Nadine, she's not able to expose that today. Her basic game just isn't giving her enough opportunities. Just like that, though. That needs to happen a lot more often, and until now, she's been opting for the cross-court flick and the boast from pretty poor areas of the court, but that's a lot better.
Well, if there's ever a time to make a move, it's now. Key point in the third game.
Oh, wow. That's the other side of the coin, though.
Wow.
I have seen Shahin come back from a 2-love deficit before against a wild card. Another American player.
Who was that?
It was Lucy Stefanoni a few years ago. Stefanoni played out of her mind.
She must have done, yeah.
Just chopping it in as she does, and then Shahin somehow found a way to dig herself out of it and 1 in 5.
Well, I think if that's, you were asking about what the coach would say. Well, then it goes back to that. You've been 2-love down before. Like, trust what you know.
6-7. I didn't see anything wrong there.
No, nothing wrong. Very mature from Navani, isn't it? Just taking her, not even taking her space there, but just holding her ground, rather. Staying strong in the middle.
She's moving well, though. About movement.
Wrong option.
See that. Oh, just got that. I've seen her do. She does ghosting sessions with her fantastic strength and conditioning coach here at Squash Zone. His name is Sami Farag. So I've seen her work hard on the court.
Are you going to show me some of those later this week?
Am I going to show you? I did half of one once, and I'll never do it again. Thank you very much. You should do one, though.
Maybe I will.
Yeah, we'll get you one. You tell me what you think of it.
Oh, it's lovely touch. Such good balance. Speaking of the movement, look at that. Off the left leg.
That's it.
Lovely control. Are we going to see Shahin's experience come through here and find a way to just sneak this and get a bit more momentum
at cross court?
Down. And out, 9-0. Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, my mistake. Good. Yeah, it was good. I know, I was wrong.
Aisling, I thought that was good at first glance.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Good.
10-8, game ball.
Refereeing. Well, here we go. 2 game balls now for Shahin to force fourth. So she has forced a fourth. 11-8. She gets on the scoreboard. She doesn't look exactly comfortable out there today, but that's where she has to draw on the experience of her lengthy career on the Pro Tour. 7 minutes in duration. That takes us up to the quarter of an hour, 25-minute mark. 2 games to 1, Riya Navani.
Well, it isn't the most confident squash from Shahin that we've seen her play, but she's showing her experience here, finding ways to dig deep, cutting out a few of the errors, and taking the middle away from Navani, who's doing such a good job of exposing Shahin's movement in the first couple games. Perhaps just a little bit of a lack of belief from the younger player. Big excitement about being up 2-love. But Shahin breathes more life yet into this second women's match of the day.
60 seconds. Leads 2 games to 1. Shahin to serve. Love all. Stroke to Shahin. 2-love.
Aisling, you've seen Riya play more than I have. And my question is, Riya's playing probably some of the best squash that she can play at the minute. Shahin's able to raise her level. Is Navani going to be able to match that? You know, and because now we've seen a response from Shahin. Is Navani going to be able to match that? Or do you think that she's maxed out at the minute?
No, that's a good question. I think Shahin hasn't raised her level enough to really trouble her. I mean, there's still there's rallies going on. Then what do we see here? That's not put away. She got a forehand volley. It wasn't anywhere near the sidewall from Navani, and she puts it back in the middle of the court. So the level Shahin is at right now, I think Navani can more than match her. If she elevates it further, then that remains to be seen. But the if you're playing as someone who's not as experienced, whenever someone who doesn't have the experience on the Pro Tour,
just need to give her a line.
I feel the pace is the difference. If I was to go in against you today, the pace would be like, oh gosh, there's a different pace. But Shahin is not doing that. She's not picking up the pace to make Navani so uncomfortable that she's not balanced and ready when she's hitting, like making her run after the ball. So.
No, she's really not making the court big enough for Navani yet, is she?
2-all.
I think that from Shahin, it needs to be a more simple game plan. She needs to get the ball running through to the back, probably with pace, and then looking to take in the straight attack, the straight kill, the straight drop, pressing, and then attack straight. Been way too much boasting and stuff so far from Nadine.
So she's taken that a bit earlier, sis.
There it is.
That's good. That's good. Yeah.
And out 3-2.
She's on this quite quickly, so she has to move her movement quite quickly to get on these balls.
Stroke to Shahin. Still in a swing. 4-2.
Again, if that was hit with slightly less pace, Navani would have been set, racket position set, but because of the speed of that ball coming at her, just a bit more uncomfortable. It's a good response.
Oh, wow. It was tight.
3-5.
It's the first time in this whole match, though, that Shahin has been leading in the first half of the game. Good.
It's a lovely attack from Navani, pretty invisible as well. Nice soft kill.
Hand out 6-4.
Oh, I was waiting for that. I've definitely been on the receiving end of that boast a few times.
I mean, absolute power.
Just a little flick.
8-4.
She's found something very, very quickly over to the service box. 6 game balls to force a 5th.
No legs. Wrong line.
It's good explanation from
5-10,
Andrea
game ball.
Santamaria. The line being around to the left of Navani.
No legs. You player review Shahin on the no leg decision.
Bit of a wasted review for Shahin, I feel.
Yeah. Big lunge movement there.
Just think that the ball hit the second bounce too quickly, and Shahin didn't really know too much about where that was ending up.
There was, she's going to say something about the wrong line again, really.
No leg decision upheld. Shahin
The decision
has
is
no
needed.
reviews remaining. 6-10. Game ball.
Open court. Well, that's it. We're into a 5th, 3rd match of the day, and this is our second 5-setter already. Just shows you some of the closeness and skill level with these top players. Well, that game was another 7 minutes in duration. Quite a quick 5-setter we'll have on our hands, but the score is 2 games all between Navani and Shahin.
Well, the quick fire squash continues here at Squash Zone. No game has yet to go over the 8-minute mark, so pretty quick fire stuff. Means that it's all about the attacking game, who's hitting their marks to the back and then following up quickly into the front with the straight attacks paying the most dividend. And it's Nadine Shahin, the higher seed, who has leveled up and taking us into a 5th. We're into a 5th. Tide has definitely shifted in favor of Shahin. But did Navani get enough between the ears from Nick Talbot, Stanford coach, in that game, in that 2 minutes, to regroup? 92 minutes, rather, 90 minutes break. That's quite 6
long.
minutes on,
That's
90
quite
minutes
long, yeah.
off.
Stroke to Shahin. Player review. Navani on the stroke decision.
Well, Navani perhaps just thinking that the ball's bouncing a little too short and more over to the right. Shahin's had a bit of a tendency to go into the back of Navani, but it was a loose shot. Swing was entirely prevented.
Down. 2-1.
Well, Aisling, it hasn't been hugely physical. We've only had about 35 minutes of play. So I feel that we need to see a big injection of energy from Navani if she wants to stay with this momentum. You know, just start bouncing on her toes, just something to kind of, not necessarily hit it hard, but just really put some energy into this and fight back.
Yeah, I mean, these lovely lines that she's hitting, eventually she was getting a loose ball and she was being quite proactive in taking it short. We're seeing a, return to form again now. Again, Shahin hitting the ball more or less back to Navani. She's balanced. We've seen her do that not once, but twice. This backhand long drop coming in.
Yeah, what I like about that is it looks like it can be a drive, and it's not a short drop either. It's more of a soft kill or a fade. Didn't quite get the length.
Oh, it's her shot. It is her shot. You can see that she quite likes that. Movement from Navani.
Oh, it's ferocious from Shahin.
5-2, yes.
Well, it's good now to see both players playing better squash at the same time. The first 2 games, it was all about Navani. was really taking the game to Shahin, and we saw so many errors from the Egyptian, and now she's managed to cut those out, force a bit more pace on her opponent, and now we're seeing some hotly contested rallies that are going above 4 shots, just as I say that,
yeah.
right into the tin.
3-5.
Placed neatly into the tin there. Navani's still in it, just 2 points between them. That's not a lot in a 5th game.
And out 6-3. Yes, let. 6-3.
Really, really crucial stage now for Navani.
Yes, let. Player review Shahin on the yes, let decision.
Oh, this is a tough one. It's a good drop in by Nadine, isn't it?
Yeah, she the movement out, I thought, you know, did she stood up, shift to the, she didn't do much wrong in the movement out of that shot, do you think, Nicole?
I feel like that left hip gets in the way.
Decision overruled. Shahin has 1 review remaining. 7-3.
I certainly saw it in real time, but the issue is the quality was too good.
Yep.
You know, if the ball had hit the sidewall and come out into the middle, it would have been a different story. But again, it's all about the straight attacks now and the straight hitting from Shahin. Haven't seen a single boast in a long time now. And that flick, she's now only hitting that when she's well up in the scoreline. It's definitely the most ferocious backhand serve I've ever seen. Shahin has. Actually, you know who else has a really ferocious backhand serve? Facial expression is Orfi.
Oh yeah.
Look for that this week.
Well, she's playing this event, so we can keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, I think they saw a close-up of it in Qatar. They just zoomed in on her face while she served. It was really something, actually. It's lovely.
That's nice.
5-8.
Again, the way she's kind of taken these shots in, very, very proactive. Unafraid. She needs that loose ball from Shahin, though.
And now 9-5. 9-5.
10-5. We've got 5 match balls in favor of Nadine Shahin, ranked 41 in the world. She was 2-love down. Looks like she will now live to fight another day at the Silicon Valley Open. Is this it? That is it. That is it. The dream's over for Riya Navani for this time, but she put up a valiant, valiant effort. She's going to regroup and see what happened after that 2-love lead. But a worthy winner, Nadine Shahin. She found a way, 43 minutes. Scoreline is 3-2 in favor of the Egyptian. Let's see what she has to say about that 2-love deficit with Will Carling.
Nadine, congratulations. When you were down 2-0 in the match, you obviously did something. And I don't think it was just mental. You changed your game plan. And I'd love to hear a little bit about what your thought process was when you came back on for the 3rd game.
Well, normally I would say, that she was not expected, but I did expect this. I have seen her play, I've seen the results. I've been studying her for a bit. Maybe not too much because obviously, but I know what to expect. But tried to be more patient. You know, her shots were amazing, and I thought like at first, no, I should attack before she attacks, but it was not the case, was it? So I just have to be more patient. You know, even if she attacks, you know, I know I have good fitness. I know I have good techniques and stuff. So, but I just have to be more patient.
Well, I think that's the sign of a veteran, somebody who's able to think through it and realize the game plan number one is not working, and so now I'm going to go to game plan number two. In the 3 games you won, she kept coming back at the end of each of those games. Did that make you nervous, or did you sort of just say you could just hold on?
Yeah, from my experience, I just I still held on. You know, it's been like I think 11 years for me on tour now, and I've been in this situation so many times. So I had this just like calm, you know, this calmness and stuff, and I'm just used to it. So I think it's just more experience.
Well, you disappointed the crowd because you took out their hometown hero, but you impressed the crowd with your savvy veteran play. Congratulations, Nadine, Shahin, everybody. We have one more match for this session. It's been 3 great matches so far. We have one more that has a lot of potential in it too. We'll be back.
Well, it was all about the hometown hero for the first 2 games. Riya Navani came out to a flying start, completely took Shahin by surprise, even though she said in her interview that she'd expected this, but didn't really have any answers for the first stage of the match. So she showed her experience. Wasn't the prettiest of squash from Nadine today. She's capable of much more, but she found a way through to the next round.
Final match of today's morning session. It's Shahjahan Khan, local favourite here at Squash Zone, taking on Abdulla Al-Tamimi of Qatar. Very, very shortly on Squash TV.
Here's everything you need to know to play squash. Before anything, you're going to need the right equipment to get you started. You'll need a pair of non-marking court shoes, a ball, and most importantly, a racket. The layout of the squash court is simple. You have the front wall, the side walls, and the back wall. Running around the top of the court is the outline, and at the bottom of the front wall is the tin. These remaining lines are the service areas. Before starting a match, spend 5 minutes hitting the ball between you and your opponent to get it warmed up. 2 or 3 shots each, then pass it over, and swap sides halfway through. The hotter the ball, the bouncier it's going to be. Players spin a racket to decide who serves first. Here, we're using the direction of the Dunlop logo. To hit a good serve, you have to at least have 1 foot inside the service box as you play the shot. If your foot's outside the box, it's considered a foot fault, and your opponent wins the point. The ball must hit the front wall above the service line and land in the opposite back quarter of the court. There's no second serve in squash, so make sure to get it right first time. The server continues serving from alternate sides until they lose a point. After that, the serve passes to the opponent, who can choose the side they would like to serve from, continuing to alternate thereafter. After the serve, players take turns hitting the ball. The ball must hit the front wall before it hits the floor. The ball can hit the side and or back walls before hitting the front wall. This is called a boast. A player scores a point when their opponent fails to return the ball before it bounces twice or hits the out of bounds. That means either on or above the outlines or on or below the tin. Games are played to 11, and matches are usually best of 5 games. To win a game, you must win by at least 2 clear points. So, if the score reaches 10-all, the first player to go 2 points clear of their opponent, for example 12-10 or 13-11, wins. In squash, opponents often share the same space, which can lead to players getting in each other's way. This is where lets and strokes come in. When a let is awarded, neither player wins a point and the rally is replayed. A let can be given when a player thinks they could have reached the ball if not for the interference, when unsure if the ball was good or if there's an accidental collision, or if a player is worried there's a chance they may hit the opponent with the ball. This is called a safety let. A stroke is awarded if a player obstructs their opponent's direct path to the ball, if a player doesn't make sufficient effort to clear the way after their shot, or a player is blocked from playing a winning shot. Finally, here's 3 top tips to help you elevate your game. First of all, get back to this area called the tee after every shot. This will help you get your opponent's ball back no matter where it goes in the court. The second is to get the ball running along the side wall. The closer your shot is to the wall, the harder it is for your opponent to hit it. And the final tactic is to hit the ball away from your opponent. The more work you can put in their legs, the quicker they'll get tired and the closer you'll be to victory.
Well, here we go. Final final match for the afternoon session. Shahjahan Khan of the United States taking on Abdulla Al-Tamimi of Qatar. Well, I'm Nicole Bunyan, and joining me is also a U.S. citizen, Chris Gordon.
Good afternoon, Nicole. Very excited to be here with you for this afternoon's encounter.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting contrast of styles. Say Shahjahan Khan is a little bit more attritional, more structured. You've probably played against him several times in your career. And Abdulla Al-Tamimi, on the other hand, perhaps less structured. Loves to fire the ball in short. Just came off a tournament in Qatar where it's actually kind of similar conditions to here. Pretty dead, cold glass court, which he loves to play on. So although he doesn't have the crowd on his side, he will have the court conditions.
No, certainly, Nicole. I think the conditions here at the squash zone in Redwood City certainly suit Tamimi. It's pretty chilly in here. I'm considering cracking out the winter jacket.
I will be tomorrow, that's for sure.
Half time.
On the left side of your screen there, you see Abdulla Al-Tamimi, Qatari. Just 4 places off his highest world ranking of 16. Almost 30 years old. Been around for quite some time. Has 2 kids. Makes me think that he's older than 30, but he is not, in fact. Spends a lot more time back in Qatar now. He was traveling quite a bit, but since having had the kiddos, makes sense. He wants to be closer to home, spend more time with them and his wife. And Shahjahan Khan probably played against him a fair few times, Chris. He'll be delighted to be here on home soil.
Yeah, his family actually is based out here in the Bay Area, so he'll probably have some good local support, Shahjahan Khan. Gave a good accounting of himself last week in the open squash event in New York, losing out to Miguel Angel Rodriguez in a pretty hard match in the first round.
Time. Time, gentlemen.
we just see there Jonathan Power, the legend himself, talking to his charge, Abdulla Al-Tamimi. He's looking very animated, Power. Certainly
30
likes
seconds.
traveling to these events. Well, there we see the center referee, the dual citizen of Argentina and Brazil, Leo Arizena. Actually ran a very successful 6K men's PSA event 2 weeks ago at his home club, the Sao Paulo Athletic Club. Very nice event, actually.
Did you play it, Chris?
Yes, I did play in it. Really enjoyed my time in Sao Paulo.
Were you very successful as well?
It all depends on your definition of
Silicon
success.
Valley Open 2024.
But I was a quarterfinalist, if that's what you're trying to get at.
Men's round first match.
Just wondering because you said the tournament was a success, so thought you were hinting at your own success
Abdulla
as well.
Al-Tamimi of Qatar to receive best of 5 games. Lobo.
Well, Shahjahan Khan, who kicks us off in this final session
Hand out, 1 love.
of afternoon play.
Well, I think these early exchanges are very important for Shahjahan Khan. He's been the one to make things tough and not allow Tamimi to get points up on the board quickly. Tamimi can find his range. He can be really dangerous on a cold court like this.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the tactic of extending and lengthening out the game for the sake of it is going to be a good tactic for Shahjahan Khan. Because as Tamimi's shown already here, just in the first couple points, anything loose, he's going to go for it. So Khan needs to be proactive as well. That's a good start.
Hand out, 1, 2.
Yeah, that's the key for Shahjahan Khan here. Finding ways to run the ball in tight into the side wall. Just take the ball out of the middle of the court where Tamimi can tee up on it and really attack.
Stroke to Han. 2-all.
Well, and that's the mixed bag with Tamimi that we all know about. He can play some lovely attacking squash, but he can be error prone if he does get it a little bit wrong.
Down.
Yeah, it's a good line there from Tamimi. He really had
And out.
Khan working around the court
3-all.
there. Just putting some work into the legs of Khan.
Yeah, you can hear how tough the movements are by the clattering of the shoes and the racket against the floor.
Four, 3. Hand out 4-all.
Oh, that's a tough movement.
Down. Hand out 5-4.
Yeah, Tamimi's just turning the screw here. I think that for me, what Tamimi's doing well here is he's just managing to stay a little bit further ahead in the court than Shahjahan Khan.
Oh, that's sublime. As soon as that shot came off the racket from Tamimi, you just knew that that was gonna probably settle into the neck. Tamimi's finding the better weight of shot as well on this court. He's taking some of the pace off and letting it sit down, whereas when Khan's hitting it hard, he's got a lot of intensity about him, but it's not posing the same sort of threat. All of Tamimi's shots are kind of falling into the corners, whether they're going short or going deep. And Khan's having to hit up on the ball.
Out.
Oh, there's a perfect example.
4.
Yeah, it's a great squeeze in the back corner from Tamimi. He's really not giving Khan much to hit at all. Khan's looking a little bit lost for ideas at the moment.
Yeah, he really is. Just responding to the very proactive squash of Tamimi. It's that sort of length, though, that's doing the damage.
Down.
Squeezing the air from the Qatari.
Hand out 5-9.
That volley boast from Tamimi is dreadful to go and retrieve, though. I once played a condition game with him where he had deep with a volley boast option.
But there were a lot of volley boasts being whipped in.
Terrible.
Yeah, it's a good slam dunk there from Khan. It's positive where the racket had.
6-9.
Well, he's doing a good job here, Khan, of not making things easy, just staying in the rallies.
Down. 8-9.
And that's why with Tamimi, it's so important to keep yourself in the rallies because you will get those errors.
It was a commanding lead from Tamimi.
And out 10-8 game ball.
Oh, Chris, you and I just looked at each other in complete bewilderment. No one knew where that one was going. 2 game balls for Tamimi. Well, finally, the ferocious pace of Khan pays off.
And out.
Immaculate length to the back right.
Yeah, he's done a good job here, Khan, of battling to keep himself within reach of Tamimi.
Yeah, he hasn't he? He's been more or less outplayed for the majority of this game, but he stayed in there, but oh, that hurts.
11-9 going to Al-Tamimi.
It was a good fight back from
Shahjahan.
Shahjahan Khan, but just enough from Al-Tamimi to weather the storm and hold him off. Close out an all-important first game. So 11 minutes in duration, not too long, and it's the Qatari that leads the American by 1-0.
Well, it was a great start to this first round match from Qatar's Abdulla Al-Tamimi. He looked really sharp in his hitting. He was really positive, keeping the ball away from Shahjahan Khan, keeping the American under pressure in the back corners. Khan battled though and made things tough on Tamimi. Made Tamimi produce some fantastic attacking play to squeeze out that first game.
Down. 1 love.
Yeah, Shahjahan Khan's just not quite finding a way to get Tamimi out of that central T-zone. When Tamimi's well set with his feet beneath him, he's so dangerous with the racket.
Even when his feet aren't set beneath him, he's still lethal. But in a completely different way. He can definitely come off with those one-off shots, but right now what he's doing, he's just bossing the middle of the court, as you said, Chris.
Right box.
And he's finding that weight of shot perfectly and making the court a very big space for Khan to cover.
Ball was good.
Yeah, he's just
Hand out.
barely clipped the top of the tin there, Tamimi. It's just a little bit casual. I think he thought Khan's ball was a double.
Down. 2-0. Down. 3-2.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a big push physically here from Khan. He's going to try and inject pace, make things faster, not give Tamimi as much time on the ball.
Down. Hand out. 3-0.
Oh, there's some big screeches from Khan. That noise is like nails on a chalkboard for me. Big rally here. Khan doing a lot of work. It's just one too many though.
Yeah, that's an important rally there for Al-Tamimi. He's put a lot of work into Khan's legs. I feel like these really hard physical rallies are doing Tamimi a world of good because he's managing to conserve energy on the tee where Khan's having to screech around the court and get into some really heavy lunge positions.
Yeah, I think it's underappreciated as well. If you are watching this at home and you play the majority of your time, as most people do on traditional courts, you don't appreciate how hard it is, especially on a cold court like this one. That extra bit of injection of pace with your movement you have to, especially to the front, to get underneath the ball. And every time that Khan is screeching to get underneath these shots, they're unbelievable gets. And that's going to add up perhaps 5 or 6 times fold as it would on a traditional court. But that's just relieving the pressure though, isn't it? An error like that, a gift from Tamimi. Turns the screw and then he unscrews it.
He's certainly being patient here, Shahjahan Khan, but that is just fantastic from Tamimi. He's gotten on the ball so quickly here.
I mean, what an improvisation.
Yeah, he just redirected it straight.
Down. And out. 6-5. And out. 6-all.
Well, Tamimi doing enough here to just keep himself level or out ahead of Shahjahan Khan. just feel like Khan's whole tactic here is just trying to neutralize Tamimi along the side walls with just that medium to high pace hitting.
Yeah, he's not really able to maneuver Tamimi out of position though as much as Qatari is able to do back to him. Not in the same devastating way. He went for the big one. It's a good squeeze.
And out, 7-6.
Yeah, it's been a great second game here from Shahjahan Khan. He's been much, much harder to break down than he was in the first. He's really straightened things up, and you get the feeling he's getting the ball into those back corners just a little bit quicker, and it's taking time away from Tamimi, not giving the Qatari quite as much time to attack the ball.
Down. 8-6.
Pouncing on that backhand volley very quickly. Full stretch.
Down, hand out, 7-8. Down, hand out, 9-7.
Yeah, it's just a little bit up and down here from Tamimi. He's just not quite finding the consistency.
Yeah, and as you said earlier on, Chris, that's the other side of the coin with the Qatari. Comes out with blinding winners, but then when he needs it most, he can put some pretty average ones into the tin.
Fair review at Tamimi on the note.
Tamimi, I cannot believe it.
Well, I think based on some of the decisions we saw earlier in the Brownell and Patrick Rooney match, I think this very well could stay as a no-lat. It's just, if you look at it, the ball's to some degree traveling away from Tamimi, and there's not a huge amount of initiative to play that ball, but we'll see.
It's the initiative for me, Chris. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's really making every effort to actually go and try and play. It just kind of lets it float to the left, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's very casual.
No let, decision upheld. Al-Tamimi has one review remaining. We saw a lot of room for you to play that ball.
With the follow through,
A lot. He's far away from you. Right box, 10-7, game ball.
Well, there you go, Nicole. Shahjahan Khan has battled away here.
Earned himself 3 game balls to level up. Yeah, it's a long way around for Tamimi to travel. Fist pump goes in from Khan. The crowd is overjoyed, as they should be, because their American player has leveled up here at 1 game apiece.
Well, it was a very solid performance from Shahjahan Khan in that second game. Came out with an increased vigor in his hitting. He started taking away time from Abdulla Al-Tamimi by hitting the ball crisper, getting it into the back corners quicker. And Al-Tamimi played well for patches, but just couldn't quite find a way to produce the winners that he did in the first, and Shahjahan Khan levels the match at 1 game apiece.
So SQUASHTV is an NGO based in Oman and Jordan, dedicated to empowering young refugee and underprivileged girls through sports and education to support them in accessing better quality academic opportunities and achieving their dreams. We work with 40 girls from a number of different nationalities. We work with Syrians, with Sudanese, with Jordanians, and all girls with the sole purpose of empowering them through squash, through fitness, through sports in general, through English classes, through homework help. And we work with a lot of disadvantaged communities out there.
Really good resume in 30 seconds. Fifteen seconds. One game all, hand to serve, low.
Well, this just got very, very interesting, Nicole, with Shahjahan Khan taking that second game. It's all to play for here. And this is where you can start to get a bit of a mixed bag from Al-Tamimi, because he can either really answer the bell and start attacking incredibly well, or he can start clipping the top of the tin, and all of a sudden that gives Shahjahan Khan confidence and just a little bit of room to relax and let the arm go.
Well, it seems like with that 2-minute break, the ball's gone really cold, and it's Tamimi that's looking to initiate.
Too low.
Serving him pretty well so far. Just see how short the drops are staying now.
Down. Hand out. 1, 2.
Pretty ambitious volley drop by most people's standards.
Well, and that's the thing here, Nicole. You would think the slightly deader conditions of the ball would favor Tamimi, but it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Well, this is going to be an interesting review, Nicole, because this is one of those where they're trying to get Khan to play through the interference of the ball, but is there really a line there?
I want to see it from this angle right here. Could he go around to the right and play that? Has he just kind of wrapped his arm around Tamimi and tried to just go into the back of his opponent? I mean, I think no let's a bit harsh personally, but
no let, decision appeal. Han has one review.
Harsh is the way of the world sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where it probably is a little bit harsh, but they're trying to send the message to the players that they need to make that extra effort to get through.
Not up. Hand out. 2, 3. Okay, yes. Is a stroke to hand. Yes, the swing was prevented because he clipped on you. You can review if you do not agree, but please, it's a stroke to hand. It is a swing prevented. Accept my decision, please. I have already given you. Please, Mr. Al-Tamimi.
Tamimi needs to be careful here, or the code of conduct's going to come out. I mean, oh, that's
3-0.
He's lucky to even get a let alone a stroke there, Chris.
Yeah, I think Tamimi does have a point there, to be honest. I mean, seeing it in real time, my initial reaction was it's probably a no let. Or at very least, just fire it over to the VR, get a closer look at it. Oh, that is clever from Tamimi. Really casual, misdirecting the ball across the court.
Oh.
Down. Hand out.
Yeah, but then he follows that up with a rather pedestrian straight volley drop, square into the tin. Khan's done a much better job of adjusting his quality of length and his weight of shot. Earlier on in the match, it was all about Tamimi, who was dictating the middle and getting that weight of shot right from the get-go. And Khan's managed to, oh, that's a good get, but didn't quite get it.
And out.
Seen him screech under so many of those. It's wishful thinking.
5-4.
Yeah, it's good angle there from Khan.
Out.
He's gotten into that front corner really quickly.
Yeah,
simple straight drop.
Extra attention to detail, getting extra low.
And out.
Yeah, it's razor thin there.
6-5.
Whipped it in there, Nicole.
No, let. You need to go up and around. Review. Player review. Han on the. Let's see the review on the not the decision.
Well, he had a long way to travel to go up and around, but as he created his own interference, Khan.
Yeah, I'm going to go with he's created his own interference. He's kind of moved forward and then he's moving backwards. He's
No let. Decision of hell.
Yeah, it's a tough one as a player because you feel that's a gettable ball, but
7-5.
unfortunately, if you leave yourself stranded, you don't get the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, and this is a really big point for Khan. He needs to win this point to stay in touch with Tamimi, because if Tamimi is able to open up that three-point cushion, really gives the Qatari that extra breathing room to attack. All sorts of angles going on here from Tamimi.
Oh, there's the boast again. A little too high from Khan.
8-5.
That's a fantastic point from Tamimi. He really used that sidewall tremendously well. Just keep changing the direction of the ball, keep finding ways to pressurize Khan.
And out. 6-8. Down. 7-8.
Yeah, and that's the dark side of Tamimi. It's two quick errors there. He looked like he was totally in the driver's seat after that fantastic rally where he had Khan from corner to corner. Now Khan within 1 point. Just off of errors from Tamimi.
Yeah, without any work or pressure at all.
Got up. And out. 9-7.
That was an important response, that one from Tamimi. Needed that to get himself back in control.
And out. 8.
Yeah, well tidied from Khan, but far too loose from Tamimi. Again, getting the width from the cross courts.
Down.
Oh, that's brilliant there from Tamimi.
And out.
Just completely wrong footing Khan.
Well, it's 2 game balls for Tamimi, managing to hold on to this lead. Oh, that's outrageous.
8 game to Al-Tamimi. Al-Tamimi
Furious
leads
injection
2
of
games to
pace
1.
with the movement here from Tamimi, managing to straighten that forehand drive
Has requested a new ball
to a
as
perfect
he's
length.
entitled by the rules.
Holds off Shahjahan Khan and earns himself a 2 game to 1 lead after 38 minutes of play.
Well, a very solid performance there in the third game from Qatar's Abdulla Al-Tamimi. He found his range. He used the sidewalls fabulously well to change the play and wrong foot Shahjahan Khan. Khan battled and Khan tried to fight back, but Tamimi managed to play the big points right at the end of the game well. And he's now in the driver's seat, 2 games to 1.
Play will resume in 30 seconds. A new ball was requested at the end of the third game, but the player Hannes is entitled by the rules. The players are now working on the new ball.
Well, Shahjahan Khan requesting a new ball at the end of that third game, wanting to get a ball that's a little bit livelier, get a bit more pace injected into this, trying to take the attacking play away from Abdulla Al-Tamimi.
Al-Tamimi leads 2 games to 1. Al-Tamimi to serve. Lobo.
Well, Chris, felt like that third game was really just down to Tamimi whether he was finding the tin or finding winners.
Yeah, when Tamimi was on, he was really good there. There was a period in it where it looked like he was going to run away with it, and then he reeled off 3 quick errors, and all of a sudden things got really interesting. I think here there's going to be a little bit of a period where they start feeling each other out again with the new ball.
Oh, there's that boast. Well to play that though, Tamimi. Learning from his no-let earlier on in the game. Really making Khan do some hard movements here.
Yeah, it's a good first point there from Khan.
One loss.
Just keeping the ball in play, forcing Tamimi to be more and more aggressive until he gets the error from him.
Out. And out. 1-0. Stroke to Al-Tamimi.
Well, Khan earlier in the match had a fortunate
2-1.
stroke go his way. Now it's time to return the favor. That's a nice attack from Tamimi.
What was good?
Yeah, it's a great angle there from Tamimi. Tamimi's really starting to hit his stride now. He's adapted well to this new ball, Tamimi. He's really starting to make the court big for Khan.
5-1.
Yeah, he is using that boast now just to drag Khan to the front and then looking for the follow-up. Difficult pattern. His diagonal court sprints now for the American. Still going.
Six, 1.
Yeah, it's tight play from Khan there.
2-6.
He's going to need a few big points here, the American. Tamimi has been pretty sharp here in the early goings of this fourth game.
Down. 3-6. 3-6.
Yeah, he's battling here, Shahjahan Khan.
4-6.
Trying to extend the rallies, make things tough on Tamimi.
Slowly but steadily mounting his comeback. Was at a 6-1 deficit pretty quickly. But he's managed to put up a bit more resistance now, making Tamimi work for it.
Down. 5-6.
Yeah, he's going off the boil here, Tamimi. Just not quite finding a way to productively work Khan and then pressurize him. He's going a little bit too fine on the attacks, and it's resulting in errors.
I think that when Tamimi gets a big lead, like 6-1, he needs to then flip the score and pretend that he's down 6-1. Because we've seen it time and time again that he gets the lead and then just kind of, like you said, takes his foot off the gas. And after just a couple minutes, Khan's just been slowly chipping away, and he's found himself level now. 6-1, Tamimi was in complete control. Got it.
Pick up goes good. Please, pick up goes good. And you do not have any review available. Hand out. Play on, please.
Well, we're getting
Play on,
a
please.
look here at Tamimi's pickup. Yeah, that
Hand
was very good.
7-6.
Well, that was an important point for Tamimi because he lost his way to some degree. He'd been 6-1 up, like you said, Nicole, and then proceeded to lose 5 straight points. But I think even more important than just winning the point, it was how he did it. He made it really hard physically for Shahjahan Khan.
No let. Core service, please.
Lovely straight drop in with the initial attack from Tamimi and a ferocious volley drive to follow it up.
Done anything wrong.
Probably would have preferred that to go slightly deeper in the court, but had enough bite on it. And importantly, did not catch the sidewall.
9-6.
So unfortunately for Khan, he was left stranded.
You should have the tower when the core while the core service, please. Okay, I see. Are you ready? Are you ready for playing? Please. Better this. Better this.
Tamimi's just desperately trying to crack on here.
Play on, please.
Understandably so. He's got himself that crucial 3-point lead in the business end of the game.
Right box. Right box. 9-6.
He's got it. He's got that one too.
Service, please.
It's a fantastic sliding dive there, though, from Tamimi. I'm quite looking forward to seeing this again. He's just sort of, here, see it here, he's leapt and slid.
Incredible agility.
It's got to be a little painful on the knees, though. He's literally landed straight on the knees and slid. Oof.
Oh, man. How do you spring back up so quickly, though?
7-9.
It's good response from Shah. Bit of outward emotion as well. Important just to show Tamimi he's still in this.
Yeah, it's accurate there from Tamimi to really hug the ball along the side wall.
10-7, match ball.
And that gives him 3 match balls to close out this first round encounter. And he just needs 1 to do the job. Good performance from the American Shahjahan Khan, but just didn't quite have enough artillery.
Can we have another man for Shahjahan Khan, please?
To take down Abdulla Al-Tamimi of Qatar. So 53 minutes. And it's Al-Tamimi that prevails. And we're now going to hear from him with Will Carlin.
Abdulla, it feels like to us watching that you two play a very similar game, and I'm wondering whether you felt that at all yourself out there too, that you were playing a little bit of a mirror image of yourself, or whether you thought, no, we're completely different.
No, I think we both play different game. I think this season and the end of last season, he's tried to change the way he plays. He's attacking more. I can see it in his game, and I'm sure soon he's going to get better at that, because he used to play completely different game. He used to play just length and like the physical game, and now he's taking the ball short, and it's good to see. But I think whenever you make a big change like this, it takes a bit of time, and I'm sure he's going to come back and be in the top 30, top 20 soon.
This is a good match for you. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah. This is a good match for you. He had fans here. You were probably aware of that, even when they come out on court. And he's playing pretty well. What do you think made the difference today?
I think I got whenever I was up, I got a bit negative, and I started to just chip the ball. And then even in the fourth, I was 6-1 up, and then I kept chipping the ball up and down the walls. And he was a bit fatigued, so I should have just kept the pace going. And at 6-all, I started to just whack the ball as hard as I could and without thinking. And sometimes that's what you have to do to win, when you're not hitting the ball that well and not feeling that well in the court. And yeah, I'm really happy to be through. Yeah, I haven't won outside Qatar for a while this season. So I've been always close, losing 3-2 and had my chances, but so I got the nerves a little bit into me, and I'm happy to get the win, and I'm sure I will be playing better tomorrow against Mazen.
Yeah, well, you're playing our #1 seed tomorrow, Mazen. In this tournament, historically, when it was the net suite, you've had some very close matches against some of the best players in the world. Are you looking forward to performing like that again tomorrow?
Of course. Me and Mazen always play entertaining matches, and I still never beaten him, so I'm really looking forward for tomorrow, and I think I have a shot tomorrow, and I'll give it my best, and hopefully the crowd come and enjoy some good squash.
Well, you're always super exciting to watch. Congratulations, Abdulla. Congratulations today. We'll see you tomorrow. Abdulla Al-Tamimi, everybody. And that ends this session. We will see you again at 5:30.
Well, a very good performance there in the fourth game from Qatar's Abdulla Al-Tamimi. He adjusted well to the new ball and ran away with the early stages of the game, racing out to a 6-1 lead. But Shahjahan Khan responded and forced Tamimi into some very uncomfortable movements. But Tamimi battled well and attacked fantastically on the big points to book his place in tomorrow's last 16.
And as Chris said, that wraps up the afternoon session here in Redwood City. Just to take you through the results quickly, Alicia Mead came through against Nour Aboulmakarim in a pretty difficult 3-love affair, but she got through to the next round safely. Timothy Brownell beat Patrick Rooney in 5, came back from 2-1 down. Very good showing from Riya Navani, but the veteran Nadine Shahin was able to hold her off, come back and take her down 3-2. And then finally, Abdulla Al-Tamimi again dispatched the American 3-1 Shahjahan Khan. So we will see you back here at 5:30 p.m. local time for the evening session.